but we don't cheat though. No cliff notes, homie, we don't need those. Come on and just take the high road. I'm trying to fly though, wanna touch the sky but still lie low. Never water down even with the hydro. Vaporize the hate so I don't have to keep my eyes low. Hit Oslo, get it in Norway. Cleanse palates with the callous man sorbet. Doorways open up, yup, more cake. Soon enough the sweet turn sour, more court dates. We burn it down though and just live it up. It sucks ass when they ask about a living trust. I don't have one cause I don't have shit, and when I do I'm probably gonna just stash it. It takes time for the interest to make sense. It makes sense for the linguist to invest. I've been blessed with a brain and some rhythm. Those hands too square, I'm the tortoise and I'll win it. Come on. But no carry-ons, but we carry hope. No politics, but y'all should probably vote. Don't involve me, I live for the stereo. Right side, left side, middle path, adios. No label when you living independent. Rent is too damn high for my pension. Like the lottery, the way it just rubs off. Opposite of Jimmy McMillan, I take the gloves off. It takes some cheap shots, fighting for the beatbox. I'm throwing down harder than the dude who beat Brock. I'm more able though, but still murderous. On the beat.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the Khuckcast. I am your host, Mrs. KHuck. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. How we all doing? Happy Thursday. How's it going? How we all doing tonight, chat? We doing good? Oh, okay. Never mind. Sorry, I was getting a DM. My bad. Anyway, hello. I really like E-Dub. That's the best thing Tommy C ever did for me. One of them, anyway. Yes. Hello, Mr. Gamer. Oh, well, thank you. I appreciate that. And yes, E-Dubs is great. Yes. He is amazing. But anyway. You're not doing good, but you'll be okay? Oh, come on, girls. I'm sorry. Sorry. Well, hopefully tonight will be entertaining and we'll get some, good laughs and good chuckles out of it. So yeah, there you go. Hopefully that will work. But alrighty, chat. Well, yeah. So I think that's never thought. Well, Mr. Gamer, actually, we're gonna get into that about how this all came about. But yeah, we're gonna, we'll get into all of that. But for those of you, and we're gonna, get into it too. So this is T-Moss Boss. You guys know how this works with our guest. He was generous enough to come on here. Any questions that you may have for him, feel free to drop them in the chat. Or if you are generous enough and would like to super chat, he can read those out too, or one of us can. If you're in my Discord, feel free to drop any questions that you may have for him in there as well too, if you'd like. Many different ways that we can do this. So I'm really happy to get this going with the. This is going to be a really interesting, fun conversation. So, all right, here we go. Let's undeafen and welcome him. He's here, chat. I know my Discord thing is acting up, but he's here. You'll hear him in a minute, I promise. So, hold on. Welcome, T-Moss Boss. How are you, sir?
I'm doing good. How about you?
I'm good. I'm good. Thank you. Welcome to the Khuckcast. Welcome in, sir. I hope that hope you're doing good. Yeah, I do. I'm so sorry. The Discord bubble thing is being silly, and I can't get it to work right now. I have no idea why. So I'll have to mess with it later. But welcome in, sir. How are you?
I'm doing good. I'm glad to be here.
Good. Chat, let me know if you guys can hear him, if he's too quiet or if he's too loud. Just let me know how he is volume-wise, and then we'll go from there. But no, I'm really excited to talk with you. It actually kind of happened by chance, which we'll get into, but I was actually pleasantly surprised by. But yeah, so, how was your day today? Anything interesting happened to you today before we officially get started with all the other questions?
No, not really. It's like I've mainly just been lounging around the house. I've just been inside, just kind of chilling for a little bit. I have been trying to work back up to doing 5 mile jogs again, but it's a process.
Ooh, ooh. Were you always a? Do you always run? Do you always jog or run? Are you a big runner?
So a few years back, I had signed up with this program with Nike to just kind of like test out running shoes. And at one point in time, I was doing 5 mile jogs every day. Then I did kind of take a break.
Damn.
And I've just been kind of like slacking off. Like it'll probably be like 3 mile jogs or trying to attempt the 3 mile jog. But I used to be heavily into running some years back.
Oh, okay, okay. So what got you into running? We'll start off with that. What got you into that?
Just wanting to get outside. I've mainly been trying to work my way back into lifting. I used to be a big lifter, just weightlifter back when I was in high school.
Hmm.
But I remembered struggling a lot with cardio. So that was something that always affected me. And I was like, all right, let me kind of get into it. And so I wanted to find a reason to do so. So yeah, I seen this program with Nike. They accepted me in, and then yeah, there's been some shoes that haven't came out, and then there's some that have came out where I have gotten a chance to test them out and just overall see. I think it was
Nice.
one Nike shoe because I'm big into sneakers, so it was right up
Oh,
my
okay.
alley to
Okay.
do something like that. And so it was the one running shoes that came out maybe a year or two ago called the Nike Motivas.
Hmm.
And I got a chance to test those out before they had even released. And I was like, I was jogging all the time in them.
Nice, nice. Do you no, that's awesome. That really big into sneakers. You know what's actually kind of funny is that my husband is actually starting to get into them too. I
Oh,
don't
okay.
I have no idea why. I have no idea why. It literally happened out of nowhere. By the way, do you go by just T Moss? Is that cool? Or do you like T Moss Boss?
T-Moss, a lot of people that do know me, they do call me Tyler. Whatever you feel comfortable
Oh,
with
okay.
calling me, I'm 100% fine with it.
Okay, okay, cool. Yeah, I'll just go with T Moss. We'll do that. Yeah,
Okay.
T Moss. Just so you are aware, I don't know if he'll pop in or not, but I told you in our pre-interview that I obviously have a husband. He's
Yeah.
known as Mr. Huck. Um,
Okay.
he may or may not show up in the chat. Keep a lookout
Okay.
for him. But yeah, he's random at best, and my chat knows all about him. He likes to crash my stream sometimes, but not when I have someone on that is important. So at least there's that. But
Hey,
yeah.
whatever makes him happy, I'm all for it.
Okay.
So if he wants to
Well,
come
you know
in,
what?
say say something crazy, hey, I'm like
No, no, no,
I
no.
grew up on that type of energy, so I'm all
Oh, well, there
for
you
it.
go. Oh, okay. Well, dude, I told you you're gonna fit right in. You will fit right in here, believe me. We are literally all about chaosness on this channel. Like it's not a joke. It's like
Okay.
it's yeah, we're all about it. But so okay, let's just go ahead and just jump into this. So, for those that may not be fully familiar with you, some people are. Because
Mhm.
of like a certain person dropping you a name quite a bit,
Yeah.
which we will get into, of course. Uh, how would so just to give the chat and anybody that's gonna watch this in VODland later, a brief description as to who you are.
Okay. I'm T Moss Bus. I am a content creator. I've been a content creator, a full-time content creator for 10 years now. If you guys are familiar with some other content creators I've gotten into it with, that's how some of you guys may know me, but I'm mainly known for doing reaction videos. I've been doing them for uh almost 10 years now. I think I had uploaded my first reaction video in July. It was either June or July of 2015. And so, yeah, you might have seen me from reaction videos. I do other forms of content. I started blowing up a lot last year by doing voiceover videos. But since then, I have done voiceover videos, gaming videos. I have 50 different YouTube channels. That may be a surprise to some, but yeah, I've been always just trying to get my hands into everything with anything's content creating related. So yeah, it's if you guys probably just search up something, whether it's about sneakers, gaming, sports, you will most likely at some point in time see one of my videos.
Yeah. So, and also, just I did kind of give a little bit of a description about you when we were setting this up initially.
Okay.
who's a certain content creator who's been going after you there, sir, or had been anyway?
So back in 2016, I did a video titled "Defending Reactors." A certain content creator by the name of Just a Robot decided to respond to that video. Don't know why, but he felt that it required a response. I understand everybody's entitled to their opinion, but it was more so something I felt that I was being attacked for defending reactors. And so maybe I just read the situation wrong, but overall, I was just trying to like just leave it alone. I'm like, I don't want to be bothered. If you have your own opinion about the matter, that's on you. I'm not trying to take that away. I just want to state my opinion about it. I think that overall upset him, and then it was like from time to times he would just make videos about me, and then at one point in time, me and him had I wouldn't really call it a conversation. It was just more so he was wanting to add his opinion again. I believe he is big on that. And then I just pretty much downplayed it, didn't really care too much for it. And then, after that, it just led into this like 4-year long, like just active, like just harassment from him and his fans. And at some point in time in 2020, I think it was either in April or May of 2020, eventually, well, I wouldn't say it didn't stop all the way. It just wasn't as bad as it was.
Like, how bad did it get?
I couldn't pretty much upload a video without the video just being bombarded with hate comments, dislikes. It even got to a point where it was like other like content creating friends, they were also being harassed. Friends that I went to school with, where it was like people were harassing them over the matter. Like, it was a lot of different things that I didn't feel comfortable talking about, like personal matters, because they would just take it, try to flip it into something else. Like, there around that time in late 2016, when me and Just a Robot, when we had that conversation where it just led into the drama, around that time I was already dealing with the death of my grandfather. And then just probably like, it wasn't too long, like maybe like less than a couple of months, or that very next month on New Year's Eve, I had a friend of mine's, a childhood friend of mine's, was shot and killed. And I had talked about it in a video to overall just kind of warn people the dangers of going to parties, and just letting them know, like, hey, are you still there?
Oh yeah, I'm here.
Okay, it was just saying that the stream has ended.
Oh, I'm sorry. I would stop sharing my screen. Go ahead, continue. I'm
okay,
sorry.
okay.
No, sorry about that. Go ahead.
It's okay. So, anyways, but so I did this video just letting people know, warning them the dangers of going to parties, and then for some reason I didn't see that video up until now. But Just a Robot, he felt that it was needed to criticize me, I guess, on how I was processing that. And I'm like, you can't really criticize somebody or try to explain to them the just overall like how like death works and things. Like, that's just how I felt like handling that situation. But overall it was there was nothing that I could escape from. Like, it always just led into, he felt that he needed to add his 2 cents into every aspect of my life. And so it was days where it just got like, okay, this is kind of pointless. Like, I don't know why it's going this far. But there was lies made up about me, rumors that got started up. And so I think his overall end goal was to just, I guess, try to get me to, I guess, quit content creating. But I was like, I understand that you don't like my videos, but I'm also not going to quit content creating because you don't like my videos.
Right, exactly. Yeah. And so you kind of alluded to it earlier, and this was one of my other questions, and I think I asked you this last night, briefly in our little bit of a pre-interview that we had. So you have no idea why he chose you of all people?
No, like that. So that was the crazy thing about it. So I uploaded that video. I didn't know of Just a Robot before that, that defending reactors video. So I uploaded that video just to defend people that I had watched at the time. And he, for some reason, just decided to do a response video to that video. And so I at the time being, I wasn't really big on watching videos about me, especially if I knew that it was just going to start up some drama. So I think that was the main reason on why he continued, was because I always had downplayed his videos. Like I didn't care for his opinion on me. It's like, people are gonna have their opinion. I'm not gonna allow that to, like, oh, I gotta now slow down, or I gotta stop doing content creating stuff. I'm like, if that's how you feel, that's how you feel.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and I get that, and we did kind of touch upon this, but I wanted to expand a little bit since you brought up the your reaction, more of a reactionary content creator. A lot of reactionary content creators do get a lot of crap because of
Yeah.
how they handle their content, how they, because
Mhm.
of course, the famous reactor that gets a lot of crap, and rightfully so. One of them that came to mind here, and I'm sure that you probably know, is SS Sniper Wolf.
Oh
um
yeah, yeah.
Unfortunately, and there's a ton of others that I know out there besides, of course, yourself, and I know there's some good ones. You are one of the
Mhm.
good ones, I know that. But but let me ask you this, because why do you think, and I think I know the answer to this, but I just am curious if you can expand upon it. Why do
Mhm.
you think reactionary content creators do get a lot of trouble? More so than what than someone within the commentary community would get, or somebody that does in the gaming community, or something like that.
Mhm. So I think it has a lot to do with at the time, because reaction, or at least my style of reaction videos, they have been getting hated on, I think, since 2015, because a lot of different commentary channels at the time being were doing videos in a negative way, talking on reaction videos. And so I think it had a lot to do. It was just more so like bigger creators, and then or bigger commentary creators, and then it eventually trickled down to smaller content creators like just the robot, where it was a trend almost to hate on reaction videos. So me personally, I think that if you sit down and you take the time to watch, even if it's my videos or somebody else, there are people that I have watched where they add like commentary throughout the reaction video, because I know people have left that comment underneath my video saying like, "Oh, all you guys do is just sit there in silent and steal the person's content." And I'm like, "Fam,
Mhm.
did you watch the video? The video is 15 minutes. I reacted to a 30-second trailer." I'm like, I wasn't just sitting there for 15 minutes or 14 minutes and 30
Right.
seconds not saying nothing. Like I'm talking, I'm adding
Yeah.
commentary.
Yeah. Exactly.
And so yeah, people at the time being, there were some content creators that were doing that. They overall got a little bit popular off of it, and they were somewhat, in a way, kind of like I wouldn't say spokesperson, but they were like the more noticeable reaction channels and stuff.
Mhm.
So I think they had a lot to do just with some people seeing that, and then yeah, obviously, people are gonna, and even I've spoke out about that. I was like, if you are gonna do a reaction video, it's like add some form of content to it. But I mean,
Yes.
if you are just sitting there and not saying nothing or doing things, I'm like, I can
Yeah.
just watch the original video and stuff. So that's why I more so do reaction videos, is to just add it's kind of just in a way of like leaving a comment, but I have more to say and stuff. So but I mean, yeah, if they don't like it, I'm not gonna be mad at them over it. It's one of those things where it's, it could be one of my closest friends or my family. If they don't like reaction videos, I'm like,
Mhm.
hey, that's on you. I'm not gonna try. You have your feelings about it. I'm not
Right.
gonna take that away from you. But I do find entertainment out of doing reaction videos. There are people that have told me that they are entertained by my reaction videos. Like, one
Mhm.
comment that I'll never forget is somebody saying that I've kind of like helped them during a dark times. And I know that that may sound silly and stuff, but
No, I can
I'm
relate. Mhm. Mhm.
I like hearing stuff like that. I like hearing that positive feedback. So I would have to say that's why I keep going. But I mean, yeah, there's gonna be people out there that don't like reaction videos.
Mhm.
And to those people, I'm like, hey, I'm sorry, whatever video you seen that made you feel that way, but like with just a robot, more so for an example, it's like getting me to either stop or change my content. I'm like, I'm not gonna do that just because a few people don't agree with it.
Right. Yeah. Well, and and you hit the nail on the head there. You got to just, when it comes to comments or criticisms or whatever it may be, of course, all of that is welcome, right? And I was even saying to you
Yeah,
last night that, what you do and what I do or what others do within commentary is not that much different.
yeah.
It's just you do more videos, I do more streaming, others do more
Hmm.
videos or do more streaming, it just depends. But I think personally that, and I've talked about this before. I've said this before, like, I've talked about it at length with not just with you, but with other creators as well. I
Hmm.
understand that there's a fine line with reactionary content and commentary content when it comes to like making sure that you comment enough on the video, you react
Hmm.
enough to it, you do this, you do that. It can be a bit of a fine line, right? And I get
Yeah,
that. But not everyone is an SS Sniper Wolf, right? Not
yeah.
not everyone is, and I hate to call her out because she's honestly the first one that I thought of, and
Hmm.
that I'm sorry, she's not that great. She's just not.
Yeah.
No, she's not. She's way overrated, and she's no, But she's the first one that I think of that to not be like, you know what I mean? She's the
Hmm.
cautionary tale of what happens when don't be like her. But
Yeah.
but I think that, well, let me ask you this, and I think again I may know a little bit of this, but I'm curious about what your opinion is. What
Hmm.
what made you want to do? What made you want to get into YouTube and start doing reactionary stuff? Did you start off with that, or did you do other things before doing that?
So I've kind of like I've said this sometimes, but so I created my main channel in 2010. I had no idea what I wanted to do or what I wanted to get into, but I knew I wanted to entertain people. So maybe a year or two after creating it, I because this is at the time when I was a kid, so I remember my mom had got me an iPad,
Mm-hmm.
and then I was like, you know what? Let me figure out some things to do and just kind of just see what kind of videos I can record and talk on and stuff. So yeah, some of my like earliest work was me just kind of just sitting around just talking on stuff that's trending and just kind of just putting my voice out there. And so I started watching reaction videos maybe a couple of years, like 2 or 3 years later,
Mm-hmm.
and then that's when I was like, okay, like I know at some point in time I want to do these types of videos. I just don't know when, I don't know how, I don't know what programs to use. So then it was in 2015 when I created my gaming channel because I was actually just going to, at the time being, YouTube used to do this thing with channels where if the channel was inactive and nobody wasn't using it, that they would just delete the channel and stuff from
Yes,
the
yes,
website.
I remember
And
this. Yeah.
so
Mm-hmm.
so I was just gonna let my main channel just get deleted. I was like, all right, I mean the videos are there, but I don't know what else to upload. And so I don't know why I didn't just start uploading gaming videos on my main channel. I guess I wanted a fresh start or whatever. But
Mm-hmm.
regardless, I did create my gaming channel. I started getting into doing gaming videos. And then I just had like so much like time in the day where I was like, I want to do more than just gaming videos. And then that's how I had started doing reaction videos. So I had already had like some sort of awareness of reaction videos.
Mm-hmm.
I just didn't know how. But when using the program that I was using at the time, it did allow me to do reaction videos in the style of how the people I was watching. So yeah, that was like, yeah, it's just kind of just got motivated. Then just one day I just started doing it.
Well, what would you say made your, and then we'll get into more of it too, but what
Mhm.
would you say is the one video that really like kind of blew up for you?
So it's been quite a few videos, but I have to say probably the one video that did blow up. And just throughout the years, it was just a random. Because with me, I'm very random when it comes to my uploads. Like 1 minute I'm uploading a police body cam reaction. Next minute I'm reacting to like just I don't know, like just random just like videos and stuff. But the one video that did do a lot, and I was like, that wasn't some of my best work. I feel like I've had other videos where I'm like, I would see that video blowing up more than this one, but it was a Twitch compilation reaction, and it was just like just random Twitch clips. And but I think that's what it was the thumbnail. So if you do go to my most viewed video, there's the thumbnail features a I would say she's a she's well, I don't know, she might be a YouTuber, but she's not like us. Like she ain't like us and things. Like she's a little bit different when it comes, like she's a little explicit when it comes to content creating. And so yeah, there was I just remember a video went viral some years back where it was a content creator where she made it seem like she was doing some weird things. I ain't gonna get into details because I don't know how that overall like would like would play on YouTube. But yeah, let's just say she was kind of pleasuring herself in a way, and
yeah.
It turns out though, that was the crazy thing about it, was that she wasn't even streaming. She was just doing that I guess to go viral, to make it seem like that she was on Twitch.
Yes,
and so
I know who you're talking about. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, I can't think of her name right now. What is her name?
Yeah. It was something where I was like, at the time being, I thought that's what had happened, but yeah, I guess she was doing that to just overall promote herself, and I guess the content that she does. But yeah, I was like, I guess a lot of people, they wanted to see my reaction to that, but I was like, I think I can't remember if I had knew the situation beforehand or after that video, but I do remember eventually figuring it out, and I was like, wow, it's like she wasn't even streaming on Twitch, like she was just doing that to just go viral.
Dude, no, why is it always Twitch? Why always Twitch? Why? Twitch or Kick or any of those, like the degeneracy that happens. Why is it always them?
Kick, I'm like, Kick is a platform where it just seems like it is like an explicit version of Twitch. Like you're able to.
At one point. It used to be worse. I remember when it first launched, and just the stories that, like, it seems like it's been forever ago, but I think it launched like what, 2 years ago or something like that. Maybe?
I think so. Yeah.
And I remember when it first launched, and just the stories that would come out about, well, of course there were some bugs that's going to happen with the new site, but just after, that thing was going on in the botting, the view botting and things of that nature, that happens on YouTube too, let's be honest. But
yeah,
just the amount of stories that I heard of, like, people just saying the most outlandish shit on there, and just all of this other stuff that came up, it's like, oh my God. And unfortunately, now Kick has the reputation that it does because it let it happen. They have, but I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm sure that Kick is a great platform for some creators, and I think that they have fun if they are able to use it properly and don't take advantage of it. I'm sure that it's fun. Don't get me wrong. But I think that that's why Kick has that reputation that it does. And Twitch, don't even get me started on Twitch. Just don't. Just don't. Like, that's, God, I'm sorry. I know I'm friendly and friends with people who stream on Twitch. I'm glad that they like it. I'm glad that they do, but I will never go on Twitch. Nope.
Yeah. Every platform, I would say, like, YouTube has its issues. I wouldn't say it's as bad as others. But I mean, yeah, Twitch, of course, they got their issues. Kick has their issues. It's just one of those things where I'm like, I think that, and I've just had like just kind of like seeing it in other businesses. I think when you have more people involved in the business, like for an example, if it was streamers that were the owner of like Twitch and Kick, and content creators that's like behind YouTube and TikTok, I think that these platforms would be ran a little bit better. My personal take on it, but yeah, overall, it's like, yeah, Twitch. I mean, I stream on there too, and I've seen stuff on there where I'm like, I don't even know how that's allowed, but I mean, okay, I guess.
Like the women that were doing the topless, the bars, the bar thing that was going on for a little bit, where they would be. Have you heard about this?
No.
Oh, so I think this was. Oh God, I'm trying to think of when this first came out. I think it was sometime late last year. I know it was sometime
Mhm.
last year. I know that. I just don't remember when exactly. Twitch had this thing where they came out with the rule that as long as you are covered from the neck as long as you are uh appropriate, I guess, from the neck
Mhm.
up, you can stream, right? Or you can you don't won't be flagged down or anything as long as it's not showing anything sexual. Oh, well, women
Mhm.
took advantage of that, and they put black bars. They would literally stream from the neck up topless. I'm not
Wow.
joking. And they would have like black bars, or some people would put black bars on them to cover the boobies and shit. It was a whole thing. It was a whole thing. Boogie, I'm sure you know Boogie 2988.
Oh
He
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, he jumped on that bandwagon, and that's when everyone was like, "Yeah, no, we're done. We're done. We're done with this trend." He killed the trend, thank God. But yeah, it was a whole thing. It was actually pretty funny, but it was still so stupid. It was their rules, and it was so dumb. It was so dumb.
Yeah, yeah, the amount of stuff that I've seen throughout my years as a content creator, I have to say probably the worst thing that I have seen is the woman. She would sell farts,
Yes, yes, yeah, I know.
and like,
Yeah, and
and
bath water. Ugh. Ugh,
yeah,
ugh.
and that's something where I'm like, I would have to say, like, because I have like Southern parents, so I would kind of consider myself like an old fashioned person. When I hear things like that, I'm like, man, it's just it's confusing. It's like I had people like get on me about stuff, and I'm like, man, there's women out there buying like 20 cases of jars and farting in them,
That's so
and
gross.
yeah, and I'm like, it's just, yeah. Then the bathwater, I do remember hearing that for a little bit. And I was like, yeah, it's just, it's something that it was from a TV show, old 90s TV show, where I would reference it, but it was as a joke. But it was just more so like just saying it to, if there's like a woman that I'm attracted to, I would say it as a joke. I'm just gonna make that clear.
Hmm.
Where it's like you would say like you're drink her bathwater and things, but I know I'm not gonna do that because I'm like, no, there's bacteria. Like that's nasty. I'm not doing that. But then actually hearing that people were doing it, I was like, I was just joking. Like that's not, no,
Yeah,
that's
that's
that's not
disgusting.
good.
Yeah, no,
I'm like that.
no.
There's like bodily. Yeah, I just know. I'm like, the thing is this, like I like, there's been days like where I've like overly exercised, and that amount of like sweat, and yeah, and just knowing that that's
Ooh.
like going in somebody's system because
Oh, that's so
they,
gross.
they're like that, fond over a woman. I'm like, I just,
Yeah, hell no,
like I,
no, no, no,
yeah, no,
no.
it's
My husband joked that at one point that I needed to do that too, and I was like, "You are nuts. There is no way that I would know. And he's like, "No, come on, Kate. Told you about my husband prior to the street, or at the beginning. I told you he's crazy.
yeah.
He's crazy." Anyway, um, but
Yeah, it's
oh,
like as
so
as
the
a joke. I'm like, I've said things as a joke, and and it's it's like people would take me serious off of it, and I'm like, there are people that are out there actually being serious. I'm like, I'm
that's
not
so
being
gross.
serious with that. So yeah, yeah, you have people out there where it's like, nah, spend your money on stuff that, like, that actually can benefit you, or can, like, it's more entertainment with it. But yeah, it's like jars filled with fart and bath water. I'm like, I just, yeah, it's things like that where I'm like, I don't know. It's
I'm good on
confusing.
all that. Yeah, no, it's
Yeah.
disgusting. It's absolutely disgusting. Well, at least you're not like Jar and have art made of you in a fart box. And
Yeah.
yeah, at least there's that. Oh my God, just, oh God.
Yeah.
It's so
I
gross. Oh,
I heard of
oh, Oh.
I heard about that. And so so after this whole situation with Cinnabear, there was a lot of things because I had just pretty much like just put just a robot behind me. I was like, anytime when somebody would ask me about him or would bring something up, I'm like, hey, that's him and his business. Like, I don't want no parts of it. If you guys thinking I'm gonna sit around and do videos talking about it, I don't care. But but no, after this situation with Cinnabear, it was kind of hard to just kind of like pass up all of that stuff. Like I seen
Yeah,
how
same.
bad it was, and I was like, no, I gotta talk on this. I gotta add my opinion to it. And a lot of people, they were trying to well, I think it was just more so like fans of his that didn't really read the situation that much, but they were trying to say like, oh, you're only doing this to capitalize off of his downfall. And I'm like, he literally did the same thing to me. It's like, what was
Yep.
he just doing to me a few years back? Like, did you
Yep.
guys forget? Like, you guys were right there and stuff. If not, helped him out with that.
Yep.
So yeah,
Sure
it was
did.
it was a lot. It was, like seeing all of that. It's just, yeah, it was definitely it was surprising to me. I was like, I something like that. I felt like, his cancellation more so. It should have happened a long time ago. Like, I think a lot of people, they're just seeing this stuff with him and Cinnabear. A
Oh
lot of
God.
people, if you're just now discovering just the robot, and you only know about the Cinnabear stuff, I mean, there's a whole like just rabbit hole with just all the stuff that he's involved in, from
Yep.
just stalking people, harassing people, racism, like
Yep.
anything that you can think of, he's behind it.
Yeah. Yeah. Or it's just like I was telling you last night. We'll go ahead and get into the jar stuff, and then we'll
Mhm.
see what happens. But um. So okay. Well, let me ask you this real quick. But while I'm thinking about it, because I wanted to ask you this too. So
Yeah.
when you found out, how did you find out, I guess, that Just a Robot had found out about you and that he had reacted to you? Did you get word of mouth or did you see it on his channel? Like, how were you? Did you know about him beforehand?
No, no. So that's the thing. So I do that. So I did that defending reactors video. I left it alone. Forgot all about that video. Was focused on other stuff. So I think I was coming back from it was because I had just started working at this cafe job in Seattle. So I can't remember if it was the interview or if it was my first day at work. But I just remember I was on the bus and I was just passed out asleep. And so this is at the time when my channel was relatively small. Like, I can go back and look at the comments from like months ago. And I would have like notifications on anytime when a person would leave comments. So anyways, I'm asleep on the bus. I feel my phone just start going crazy. I look, and it's just a bunch of his fans just commenting, talking about, oh, Just a Robot made a video on you. And so I'm like, who is this guy? Like, what is going on? And so I was like, all right, I'm just gonna put my phone on silent, go back to sleep. I'll tend to that once when I get home. I think I had watched, like, at the time being, I had watched the first 3 minutes of the video, and I'm like, I'm not watching this. Like, I know what this video is. This isn't my first time getting into it with people on the internet, so I'm not watching this video. And then then that's how all that stuff. And so, but I think that's more so. I almost forgot to say that, but it was like I
Mhm.
did do a response video, more so responding to the people that were leaving comments, just pretty much repeating what he had said in the video.
Yes. Hmm.
And the funny thing is, it was like he had called me out on that, because I think more so what he wanted me to do was to react to the video, because at the time being, when reaction channels was just overall just getting a lot of like just negative feedback, a lot of them were doing reaction videos to the videos. So there was one creator, for an example, named I Hate Everythings, where he had did a video titled I Hate Reaction Videos, and a lot of people were reacting to it. And so I chose not to, at the time being, I chose not to react to that video, because I was like, I understand what he's doing with that video, and I'm not mad at him. Like, I actually had
Hmm.
enjoyed the video and stuff. And so, but I think that's what Just the Robot wanted me to do, was to react to the video. And so I was like, no, I'm not going to watch it. I don't care for watching it. I know what the video is going to be about. It's, you don't like my videos. Why do I need to watch a whole 8 or
Right.
however many minute video about you not liking my videos and stuff? So it's like, my videos are getting dislikes. This is after you just upload a video about me, and then the people that are commenting are only talking about you. I'm not like new to content creating. I know how it works, and so yeah, it was with him. I think it was like he's really big on wanting to be heard and listened to. So I think he wanted that from me, but I'm like I don't care. Like I've had a don't care attitude. I have to say ever since I got into content creating and with stuff like that. It's like I just maybe it's a bad mindset to have, but yeah,
No.
I yeah, so it's something where I'm like, I don't care if you don't like my videos. That's your opinion. I'll let you live with that.
Right, right. It's one thing, and I kind of get what you're going with this. It's one thing to give criticism, kind of like we talked about a little bit earlier, but
Hmm.
to have like hate, literal legit hate, sent your way over over just the slightest, smallest criticism. I mean, again, with Just a Robot, it's not the first time that we've heard that happening. It's happened with other creators too, but
Yeah.
that's no, that's not how it should be. And unfortunately,
It,
because it's the internet, you're gonna get that, and that's not ever gonna
yeah.
go away anytime soon. But
Hmm.
what was it, if you could, maybe you already could, maybe you explained it already, but I'm just curious. What
Hmm.
was it? What is it? I guess about Just a Robot to you personally that you find him that is so fascinating to you, if you could explain it. I don't know if you can or not.
Oh.
There's a lot. I could answer that right now.
I would have to say probably the one thing that I find fascinating is just his lack of awareness. He's almost
Mm-hmm.
30 years old, and to have it where it's just, there's all these people like that's around you, whether you're putting yourself in that crowd or you're gaining a crowd. But it's just that lack of awareness to have where your fans are saying and doing crazy things. I mean, like having it where fans of his or like I had to say probably the two craziest things I can think of that his fans has did was so this happened first, but so this was maybe some years after my grandfather had passed away, but I had posted him on Instagram, and so or it's a Instagram story and stuff, and so I posted him. I made it known that he was no longer here with us, and
Mm.
I don't know if too many people are familiar with how Instagram works, but if you swipe up, there's these emojis that you can click on, I guess, to react to the person's story.
Yeah.
And the person had used a laughing reaction to that post. And it was clear in the post where I had said, I was like, I think I had said something along like just like rest in peace.
Oh my
Um,
god.
uh, yeah, and so like I made it known, and so the person had put a laughing reaction to it, and yeah, it was just seeing that, and I'm like, wow, and it's like all of this because of videos, and then the worst comment that I got from one of Just the Robots fans, and as much as they like to say like, oh, we're not racist, we don't say this, we don't do this, we don't do that, and I'm like. I've been calling you guys out this for years. It's
Mm-hmm.
like, yeah, you guys might stop for a week and two, but you go right back to leaving some racist and hateful comments and stuff. But the worst comment that I did get from one of his fans back in 2020 was saying that I think it was either I deserve to be hanged or I deserve a noose. Yeah. And so yeah, that's the thing where it's like I try to encourage people like after getting comments like that, I do my best to encourage people. I'm like, you have to have thick skin in this business. Like you can't.
Whoa.
Yeah,
You know
it's
what?
so it's
No, I'm sorry. I don't mean to interrupt you. I'm so
no
sorry. Continue.
no
Go
it's
ahead.
no, so but yeah, I overall just try my hardest to let people know it's like, hey, people are gonna leave comments like that. The best thing that you can do is just, you gotta have thick skin. But I mean, it's not the only time. Like that's the thing with him and his fans. Like when they have their mind made up on something, they're gonna continue.
Right, right. Unfortunately, yeah. You know what? Actually, I think I do remember. Now that you mention that, I think I do
Hmm.
remember him talking about that. I believe in his response video, or in one of, and I think that did come up, but I do
Hmm.
remember something like that. A comment of somebody saying that to you specifically. I think I do remember
Hmm.
that, and I think actually, well, it was not just that, but I think with him, so I talked about this a little bit last night too, and we can go ahead and get start. If I think of anything else to ask, but I'll jump in. But
Hmm.
I think that's how I first heard of you. Was
Oh.
because of how much and how often Just a Robot would talk about you, because in his response videos that he's made sense, or the one video that he's made sense, I should say, he did mention you, and I
Mhm.
think that he mentioned you even in the Cine Bear video.
Oh.
About how, he's gotten into dramas and won. Let's look at T-Moss or some bullshit like that. And that, oh my god, that video. Okay, let me ask you again. I got like so many different things that pop into my head. I'm sorry.
It is
Chat,
100%
listen,
okay.
listen. Chat knows how sporadic I can be. Forgive me. I'm sorry. But when you first heard of the whole Cine Bear drama, how
Mhm.
did you find out about that?
So I think I was just randomly scrolling through my comments, and because like last year, like when I was posting a lot of different voiceover videos, like my comments would get flooded. So I was just scrolling through, just like hearting and responding to the comments. And somebody had left a comment saying like, "Oh, Chud Logic just ended, or he did something to just a robot." And so I'm like, "Who is Chud Logic? What is going on right now?" And so that's why I had looked up Chud Logic, and then I seen that like the calls that he had with just a
Yes.
robot, and then I was like seeing all these then like more people had started commenting and talking about it and stuff. And so at that point, I was like, oh yeah, I have to. I don't care if I'm getting ready to go to sleep. I don't care what I'm doing. I have to tell people about me and just a robot's history.
Yeah.
So I think
Yeah.
it was like shortly afterwards, like I did do a couple of videos, but the one video that I wanted a lot of people to see was the one just kind of just detailing me and just a robot's history, and just overall, yeah, talking about like how I've been at the time being dealing with him for 8 years.
Mhm. Wow. Yeah, okay. So you had no idea who Chud Logic was prior to finding this out?
No, no, I was like
Wow.
I was new to the situation because like I think I remember where he did post that video, but it was like, all right, whatever. Like I didn't bother watching anything. So I was like, I'm not gonna watch no hour, however many minutes the video is. Like I don't care for it and stuff. And so, but then that's when I was like, I didn't know the context behind it on what he was talking about. And so yeah, like now, like and then at the time being knowing that, wait a minute, this whole time he's defending a groomer or a pedophile in that video. I'm like, he what like there wasn't no research, and so then that's when like people were telling me and just even seeing it in videos where they was like, yeah, he had the documents, he had the files and all that, but I think he just looked through the title and then just like that was about it. Like he didn't really do the research that he needed to do to properly do that video.
Mhm. Yeah. Well, you see, well, I don't know if you had seen it or not. I think that you may have. But when he released the Cine video that
Hmm.
obviously we all saw, right?
Hmm.
Um it came out later that there was another video that he did
Yeah.
that was
Hmm.
more along the lines of him condemning Cine, and then he changed it to where he was sympathizing for her. So he
Yeah.
knew and I think it was Lio. Lio was the one that released that one. Yeah, it was Lio. Lio had
Hmm.
released the original video that he had created, or that Jar did before he released the now infamous Cine video. Um but he knew the entire time of what Cine was doing, and yet he still tried to defend her.
Yeah. Yeah,
I
that's something where
it
so here
blows my mind.
So here's the thing about that, because the part that and that's something that's I like just overall just the robot, like he's not like new to like groomers and pedophiles, because his own editor was a I guess groomer or pedophile, like
Yes.
whatever label
Yes.
that he wants to be attached to. But yeah, there was like he was having inappropriate conversations with minors. And so that's why it's like, it really trips me out where it's like, okay, you defend somebody for like talking to minors in an inappropriate way. Your own editor got caught up talking to inappropriate minors,
Yep.
and then you're asking for like explicit art from minors on your like just a for your channel or just overall for you. And I'm like, the thing is this again, that it's just with that lack of awareness. I'm like, I don't think that nobody can be that dumb. Like, and that's the thing where it's like, I know people want to say like, oh, it's because of his autism. It's because like, and I'm like, look, I went to school with people that had autism.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't act like that. And
Nope.
so I'm like, and I'm pretty sure it's like there's friends that I have, whether it's through the internet or IRL, where they don't speak on their autism, but I'm pretty sure that they have like they have something, but they don't act like that. So it
Right.
really confuses me where it's like, you do this and it's like you're trying to have it where people are like, oh, it's normal, or I'm just joking, and because there was even a video that he uploaded. It was a short video that he uploaded where, in his words, he said that it was a clip of another video where I took it out of context. But so to explain the video on how when I very first watched it, so he does this video explaining how EDP445, are you familiar with him?
Yes, very much so. Yes, I know what you're talking about. Yes, okay, go ahead, continue. Yes.
So he does this video where he's explaining how EDP could have gotten out of that situation. And the point that I was trying to make was that even if that video is a joke and it's something that's taken out of context, you have to understand that there are going to be people that see that video and they're not going to know the history. They're not going to know the context. They're not going to know. They're going to see that video on how you posted it. So you have to understand that that's not a normal video to post. No. And you're going to have people like me that's going to call you a pedophile on that, because I'm like, that's not a normal video to make. And so, yeah, they, of course, like him and his fans, they tried defending it. And I guess that's, so he was working on the video, like prior before this Cinebear stuff. He was working on a video about me and was going to release it, I think, on Patreon.
I remember that, yeah.
And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, okay, for one, I'm like, I don't like talking badly about myself, but I'm like, I don't think I'm worth the time of like you having to pay money to see a video about me and stuff. Like, even I don't charge videos and stuff. And so that's why I'm like, I don't understand like why you would do that. But at the same time, it's like, you have to understand, like, the thing is this, I one day would like to have kids. And if my kid was watching a video like that, or even if I came across a video like that, I imagine, like, even as a parent, like, I'm not a parent now, and I felt a certain way about that video. So I can only imagine, like, a parent, and that's why I think I did say that in the video that I made following after that, was that, okay, go to a parent and explain to them the context of that video, but show them the video first, and then try to explain the context afterwards, because they're not going to care about that. All they're seeing is that you're taking the time to explain how to get away with being a pedophile, and you're expecting people to know that it's a joke, and that's their first time seeing you and the video.
Right. Oh God. Just the lack of self-awareness. It absolutely amazes me. It really does. It really legitly makes me think sometimes that he's faking it. But then again, it's that bad. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know how else to explain it. I'm sure that, listen, you've been dealing with this man for how long? Almost a decade?
Almost a decade. Next year, in, I think, whenever he uploaded that first video about me, then next year it'll be that 10-year anniversary of that video. So then that's when, like, all that stuff had started.
Yeah, oh my God, Jesus Christ. It literally makes me think that he's either faking it or something. I have no idea. But speaking of the video that he was going to do on you, I sent it to you earlier. And I'm sure that you probably saw it. That's what he had told Beckett. I told you about Beckett. That's what he had told Beckett when Beckett was talking with him. Oh God, when was that? A couple months ago? And that he was going to make a video of you, but he dropped it soon after because of all this happening. And I was like,
Oh.
hmm, that's rather interesting, don't you think? And that's, but
Yeah.
once I started putting two and two together as to like, yeah, it's insane. He's just, oh god, it boggles my mind to a degree, anyway, to a certain degree, how long he was able to get away with how he made his content, with his racism,
Yeah.
with everything else in between. It just blows my mind. It really does.
Yeah. And that's the thing where it's like, when he has people in his ear telling him that he's doing the right thing, like he's surrounded by a bunch of enablers. That's why he's gotten away with this stuff. And I'm like, I think if he would have been that same guy that I had came across back 9 years ago, I don't think he would have lasted. If he was still that same guy, I don't think he would have lasted as long as he did, because
No.
it's something where when it's like pretty much when you have like just people just in your ears like saying like, oh no, you're doing this right or he's wrong. It's like, no, we support you over him, and that's how it's always been with him. And that's why I had to say like, the like drama between the both of us. He always looked at himself as like he's saying this right, he's doing this right.
Exactly.
And he's just overall like he could get away with whatever. And so yeah, there's definitely some things within our drama where I'm like, as much as you want to say that you're right, because it just in some recent videos that I've seen about him, he lied about how like the issues like, or at least some parts of the drama between us, like there are some parts that he just flat out lied. And I was like, even just referencing that, talking about that night in December of 2016, where me and him was just kind of going back and forth in the comment sections. He made it seem like that he left this comment talking about, oh, all I just want to do is make a deal with you and help you out with your argument skills. And at the time being, I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, I don't need help. But even now, I'm like, I don't care for art. I don't want to be known as like an arguer on the internet. I just
wait. Hold on, time out. Hold on. I'm sorry.
Okay.
I'm sorry. I gotta process
It's okay.
this. Hold on a minute. He tried to say that he was offering you help and advice on to be a debater of sorts.
Pretty much,
Bruh.
And so the backstory on that. So that night, because I always talk on that night, because that was like after that's like when it was just the nonstop like harassment, the hate, and all that stuff. So before that, I was getting into it with another YouTuber at the time. It was this guy named Minnesota Boy. So back in so to give you a little bit of a backstory within the backstory, Minnesota Boy was known for uploading this video about why he don't like why he hates white people, his words. And I was at the time being like, I had reacted to that video. That's another video that's like a viral reaction video of mine, where I disagreed with him. And I was like, you're getting mad about some 9-year-old kids that called you the N-word on Call of Duty? Like, let it go, Brad. Leave the game. And so I'm like, I understand your frustration, but you can't call out a whole race of people on just something random. And so but yeah, me and Minnesota Boy, we were going at it for a little bit, and then I remember at some point in time, like he just stopped, and I think it had a lot to do with I think he had got hacked, and then it was his videos had kept getting taken down. Yeah, Minnesota Boy, he was going through some stuff, and so anyways, there was a fan of his that I guess that was trying to keep his legacy alive. And so him and his fan, Minnesota Boy, him and his fan were going around spreading this rumor that I was adopted. And I'm thinking to myself, I never came out and said that I was adopted, but if I am, I'm like, my adopted parents look just like me. I'm like, that's not even a thing where it's like all black people look alike. Like, no, they look just like me. Like, it's like a blend. And so that's why I'm like, no, that's not well, I got adopted by my biological parents. Is that what you guys are trying to say? So, anyways.
You're gonna fit right in here, dude. I told you, you solidified it right there. Go ahead, continue. I'm sorry.
It's so for some reason, so I remember I did this video talking about it, just overall having fun with the situation. And then that's when then that's the night in December where just a robot. So he made it seem like he does this video where he made it seem like that was the first thing that he had said to me. In reality, what he really had said when he very first joined into my comment sections that night was he started talking about my views and subscribers. So I know, I get it. I have a lot of subscribers, don't have a whole lot of views. I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
Yeah, and I'm like, I'm not gonna lose my mind over it. It's one of those things. I'm like, that's just how the internet works. You look at a lot of different, like PewDiePie, for an example. He has 100 million subscribers. He's not getting 100 million views each video. There's gonna be at times where people are interested in some content, and there's gonna be some content that they're not interested in. I'm okay with that. So, but anyways, he made it seem like that the first comment he left was that one where he was like, "Oh, I want to make a deal with you. You had let me help you out with your argument skills." And that's the thing where I'm like, I know where this is leading. I'm not doing that. I would rather quit my content creating career right now, at that time being, than to team up with you. But that's what he overall wanted me to do, was to team up, because he was also working on the video against Minnesota Boy. And so I think what he overall wanted was for me and him to, I guess, be side by side and do this video against Minnesota Boy. And I'm like, no, you fight your own battles. I don't need your help. Bro. And then at that point, I think he was offended by that, because that's something that I've said about Just a Robot, is that he needs people to be there with him while he's arguing. Like, he can't argue on himself. He can't have a one-on-one conversation. And so that night, and that's something that I always have just picked up on, just like through other conversations, is that when a person is mad, they're typing in all caps, they're like going off on you. And he was doing that night. Like, he was just typing in all caps after that, was just going off. And so, yeah, he made sure of it to leave that part out in the video. But he wanted it to be clear that I was like, oh, I didn't want to work with him and stuff. And so, yeah, it was like from that point forward, it was always like a comment here and there from one of his fans saying, like, you need to accept Just a Robot's deal right now. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like I said before, even if I am dealing with this hate, I would rather quit content creating than to do anything with Just a Robot. So, yeah, it's like a lot of people, a lot of his fans out there, they were big on that, but I'm like, that's not going to happen.
Yeah. I just, no. And I also think, though, too, when he was commenting about that, about your views and your subs and all of that, I think what he was trying to do is that he was trying to say that it was because of him. I think that that's what he was trying to get at, was because of the beef, or whatever you want to call it, or the back and forth that you guys were having at the time, that it was because of you. Or because of him, excuse me. Because of him. And
so,
he's covering you. I think so anyway. What do you think?
So well, I mean, my channel was relatively small. Like, I think at the time when me and Just a Robot, when that night, I think I had roughly had about 7 to like maybe 8 or 9,000 subscribers. Like, I can't remember how much I had. I think I had 7,000. But overall, it was like my videos, they were doing well, but it wasn't like I was getting thousands of views or getting a lot of views. But I will say that I think after the fact of like just nonstop, because that's something that I don't know, people can believe it or not if they want to, but when you're just nonstop, like and me just being a frequent uploader, maybe I should have taken a break throughout that time frame and stuff. But anyways, but just frequently uploading and then having it where each video does get rated with dislikes, and just overall putting, because I don't know, like this is something that I've seen, but like dislikes do put your videos further down in the search engine. And so, like, yeah, just overall, I would say that, yeah, like, afterwards, it had a lot to do with it. But, I mean, with the, just with, like, other videos, like, there were some videos that did do well. But I just think that it had a lot to do with me, too. Like, I don't really market my videos like how I should, like, posting them on other platforms and stuff, or just even letting people know that I upload. Like, I just upload. So, back then I used to do that, but like, yeah, I just didn't see a reason for it where it's like, okay, my videos are gonna get dislikes. Like, I don't want it to, just have it where it's like, oh, I gotta keep posting, letting people know, like, hey, like this video, so I can like just so people can beat the dislikes and stuff. I don't know. Maybe I should have, like, if I could do things differently, I think I just wouldn't even have responded to him that night and just left him alone. But yeah, overall it was I think afterwards, like, yeah, I think he did have a lot to do with my videos not doing so well.
Yeah, and I think that would make sense. Yeah, absolutely. Well, T-Moss, we have the person that started it all as to you bringing it on here. We have Burn the World. he is here. Would you like to talk with him?
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
Okay, we'll bring it. We'll explain chat in a few minutes once we bring Burn in. But yes, so okay, all right, here we go.
Uh-oh,
Burn.
I'm here.
Hi.
Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
I mean, I've recovered. I've recovered. I have recovered.
Like, welcome to the club.
Right?
I'm
Yeah,
I'm the leader of the I guess like the Just a Robot Outcast crew, like those that didn't get along with him and stuff. So
That's hilarious.
What the, like? I don't know if this was. I don't know if this was like talked about already. I just want to know, what was your connection with Jar and why?
he seen a video of mine, and then from there he felt like it required a response. And then I did overall respond back to the video that he made on me, and I guess he didn't like what I had to say, and so that's what led into the issues between me and him.
Okay. Yeah.
What were the issues? Can you explain to me what the issues were?
Hold on, Burn. Can I explain why he found out about you and about us first? Can I go there, please? Can I?
Oh, okay. The host of the show.
I told you we're friends, so it's okay. But so chat, for those who do not know, let me give a brief description here, and then T-Moss can jump in. So, the reason why T-Moss is here tonight is because he happened to he was told by a friend of his, am I right? About the video of Burn's experience with Jar. For those who remember, it was the members only stream a couple weeks ago, who all of my chat has pretty much not lived Burn down for. It was
Yeah,
the members
assholes.
only stream when Burn randomly came into the chat, said that he had the weirdest call with Jar, and that's how the whole thing started, right? Well, T-Moss got word of it and commented on the video and said, I am here if you have, or I know a lot about him. I'm, reach out if you have any questions. And I recognized the name, and I'm like, no way. And that's when I put two and two together as to who T-Moss was, and so we talked, and that's why he is here. So thank you, Burn.
I fix everything. I make content for everyone.
So thank you, Burn.
Dude, it's like off my misery, bro. It's off my fucking misery listening to this guy talk.
And thank you to the friend who told you about me. That's actually really cool. Or about us, I should say. That's actually really cool.
Burn the Groomed 10. I hate your chat right now. I'm gonna ban everyone.
Dude, you don't know who they are. Come on now, dude. But okay, so
they're rude.
So go ahead with your questions, Bert. Go ahead.
Okay, so have you heard experiences with like the same kind, like anything like adjacent to what I've experienced when it comes to Jar?
I can't recall or think of it, but I mean, it honestly, it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, like, I know that there are a lot of people that he done like got into it with where they're not here no more on the internet. But I mean, if it's more than you, then honestly, I'm not surprised. It's like just seeing his interactions with other people. I'm like, it's like I know for a fact that this probably isn't the first time he's done this.
No, I mean, like, it shouldn't be, because he was really comfortable with the question that he asked me. It's like, well, what are your fetishes? Do you watch Lincoln Gardevoir porn? I'm like,
That's
okay. Because he talked about his gender bending fucking like fetish, and then he asked me about mine. I said I don't goon. Everyone goons. Do you goon to Lincoln Gardevoir porn? And he just said it like
Yeah.
he said it like this like a normal conversation. Like, yeah, I had a good day today. Gardevoir porn. Like, that just comes up randomly. He just had no thought. It's like he had no thought at all what he just said to me.
Yeah, it sounds like that if he was just like very calm about it, this definitely wasn't his first time talking about like that type of stuff.
No wonder why people no wonder why people want to record calls with this guy. Like, Jesus Christ.
Well, yeah. I mean, well, that's just a given. But so, T Moss had said that he, I think, what did you say when you were reacting to the video? What did you say in there, T Moss? You want to say what you said about it, about Burn? What happened with Burn? About him being sexually harassed?
Yeah, so
I mean, I was, bro.
It was funny because I'm just randomly just kind of like just scrolling through social media, and the friend that told me about your channel, KHuck, she was all like, oh, there's some new information about just the robot. And so I was all like, well, I'm like, what could possibly like top all the stuff that he's going through now? And then there was like, he just sexually harassed somebody. So at that point, I was like, hold on for a second. I'm like, time out. What do you mean he's sexually harassed? Like, it's like this is real. Like, this is something that just happened like some years ago, or just
No.
And then that's what my friend was all like, no, it just happened. And so I was like, no, like whatever it takes, like I have to see that. Like I have to see like either a video or something, because I don't believe that. I don't believe that he just recently sexually harassed somebody. But then then just seeing the call, and I'm like, this is real. Like he really did that. And so I was like, wow, he still hasn't learned nothing from all of this, but okay.
Nope. And then he was like, yeah, hey, Cindy Bear, I'm going to defend you.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Well, and
actually, she's not a groomer. That doesn't act.
Yeah, we
Yeah,
talked about that
that's-
too. Yeah, we talked about that briefly too. But as I told you, T Moss, it literally happened. The way that you saw it in that video was how it happened. Like, that's how it happened. Like, I can't explain it. He literally, Burn just randomly pops into the chat.
Yeah, so it's like, yeah, because he wanted to call. I was like, yeah, sure, okay. Talked about Bull Blacks, because I guess whatever.
Well,
He started talking about he started talking about his controversies.
Well,
And I'm
explain,
like,
Burn,
okay, cool,
explain how
cool.
it started. You explain, like, you sent him the friend request, like, what, back in November?
Yeah, I sent the friend request like 5 months ago, 6 months ago at this point, trying to get my own shot of the bag. Because everyone else was getting money. Well, goddamn. And he didn't accept it until I think 2-3 weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
But it was just like out of the blue. And then he wanted to ask me for he wants me to be a part of some podcast with him or some series. I'm like, okay. It's like, sure. Like, I'm a rando nobody with 300 subscribers. Sure, let me on the board. Let me on the boat. I'm getting off the boat. I'm getting off. This boat's too fucking weird.
Yeah. Yeah.
And he's actually weirdly obsessed with Bo Blacks. It's actually kind of creepy.
And I've heard like situations with him where he has like, if he has an obsession with something, like he has to just either continue going after it, or just he has to, like, I guess, display that obsession, because he had like an obsession with some content creator named Jaden Animation.
Yes,
I don't know if you guys are familiar with that.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
And I think he was like, he asked for like some inappropriate art, and I'm like, you don't know this person. So she is a minor.
No, Jaden's not a minor, but the person he asked art from was a minor.
Was a minor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, regardless, still, it's like, bro, that's weird, man. Like, I don't understand why you think that would be normal. But I mean, yeah, it's just, he's just a weird case. But I just remember hearing that, and I'm like, And I was more so trying to look that up, like, does he know her and things, or are they like friends? But even if they are, it's like still that's just not something that you ask. Like, even if the person that you're asking to make the art is an adult and then you're cool with them, I don't know. I find that kind of odd where it's like you're asking for that type of art of if it is supposedly
Yeah.
supposed to be your friend, but not just knowing that it's not. I just feel like, and then you're asking a minor on top of that to make the art. Yeah, it's something where I think he claims that he wants to come back or he is coming back, but I'm like, nah, not after all of this stuff. I just think that it would
No.
be best, you
Well,
quietly retire.
he tried to tweet out the other day. I was gonna mention this. I don't know if you guys saw this or not, but he tried to have a tweet, or he tweeted out the other day. I gotta find it. He was asking about Trump, or saying something about Trump. I think.
Let's
Um,
go.
Hold on. Let me see if I can find it. Hold on.
Was he
hold on.
pro or anti-Trump? No.
He's Oh, here we go. Let's see here. Happy April 1st, everyone. Just watch. Oh, I'll share it with you guys. Hold on. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, share it. Come on.
Excuse
Host
me.
the show.
Sorry. Yeah, this was what he had tweeted out. I saw this the other day and I about died. Hold on. So he tweeted this out. I think this was on the 1st. Happy April 1st, everyone. And then just watch the Minecraft movie. I think it's so bad it's good. After Trump is out of office, who do you think will be next? And that's it. Well, it's only been 2 days, but still, yeah. So yeah, he's trying to get some engagement there. We see, I'm trying to do something.
We got 5K, bro. We got 5K.
Yeah, I mean,
I wonder what he meant by that, like April 1st, like what he's just tweeting it out, just happy April 1st, or it's just
maybe just to get a feeler to see what kind of reaction he was gonna get. Maybe I don't know. But
no one cared. No one.
Well,
cared.
and this is what I think that again, Timas, we did kind of touch upon it before Burn got here about like how long he's been making content like this and things of that nature, right? It's just, and I'm sure that you can probably relate to this or know of different creators who have done this. When some creators go through a big drama, right? Depending on how long it goes for, some people usually do tend to forget it, right? They usually tend to, just forget it, move on, whatever. It doesn't happen all the time, but it does happen. But with him, I don't think that anybody's going to forget this. I really don't.
No. No,
really
there's this YouTuber. He used to actually collaborate with KSI. I don't know if you guys are familiar with the name Gujan Daniel.
No.
Burn,
are you?
Wait, what?
Gujan Daniel?
Wait, what?
Have you ever heard
Who
of
the
him
fuck
before?
is that?
Okay, that's
So to explain that story real quick, so him and KSI used to collaborate with each other, and it blew up Gujan Daniel's channel. So Gujan Daniel, I think he was being interviewed somewhere, and I think the interviewer, he asked them like, are there any YouTubers that you are thankful for? So he names off like all of these different content creators. And then once when he was getting ready to walk off, and then that's when he was all like wait a minute, what about KSI? And he was like, who is that? I don't know who that is. Ended his career after he made that comment. I mean, he still to this day gets like hate comments about that, and that happened like back, I think, when I was in high school. And so I'm 28 years old now, and so yeah, it's like he's still like, I don't even think he don't even upload anymore. I think when I last checked, or I was last talking about his channel, he doesn't upload anymore. So I think if anything, that's gonna probably be just a robot's fate, where he is gonna try to come back, upload his like final few videos, and I think he's gonna realize that he's not gonna have that same career that he once had back like some years back, where he was growing. He did have over 200,000 subscribers. Like, he, in a way, in a sense, like he was doing better than a lot of the people that he's crossed paths with. But now having it where it's like, you have it where there's a lot of people that are speaking out against you. It's not like that their channels are gonna stop growing or anything. It's like, this is not good for him, and I don't think he realizes that. I don't think he realizes that his like where the last time his channel was growing, that was its peak. Currently, right now,
Hmm.
he's done for, in my opinion.
Hmm.
Well,
Hmm.
I think so too, to a degree, and I think Byrne can agree. But I think that he's going to continue to make content. In fact, Byrne, he's going to you. I think you. Well, I don't know when it was. So that was you've talked to him the one time, but have you talked? And that experience. Oh my god! But
I have
apparently,
talked to Jar again, because we did I guess the episode. I'm not doing it, like, and then he wants to do a third one. I'm gonna leak that live on air, exclusive
Oh,
people.
ooh, ooh.
Blow my brains out.
he like nah he I know he's big on that, like people I guess like in his words stabbing him in the back probably once when this comes out, or if he knows of it, because I'm pretty sure he has like fans of his still keeping tabs on me, and I'm sure when if he does get word over here about this,
Mhm.
yeah, it's either gonna be a situation where he does have a conversation with you, or I
Oh
guess he
god.
is just gonna drop ties with you or something, and probably as if he
Oh yeah,
and that's the
maybe.
thing where I'm and if he does decide to do that too, because I know he is like he's done that before, where people his like friends of his, where they done like made some comment about him, because I think it was the one person, Harley TBS, where I
Yes.
guess they criticized him, or they said something about him,
Yeah.
and he started like trash talking them and stuff, and then it was same with, I think, even I heard something about that too, where he was gonna make a video on Lyle Convoy, and then he
Yep.
like look at Lyle like a father figure or
Yep.
something like that.
Yep. Absolutely. Yep. And Peaches. And Peaches too. Looked up to
Oh wow.
Peaches. Looked up to Lio. Um. Oh yeah. Ponder was one of them too. I think that he looked up to, and who was the other one that he kind of got into it with too? Not Linlin. There was another one. I can't think of that person's name right now. Uh. Oh God, I'm drawing a blank right now. I know it's not Ponder. I think it begins with a P. I can't think of it right now. I know it, but um anyway, but no, it's just it's a pattern with him, right?
Yeah.
It's a pattern to where with creators who either defend him or don't defend him, he finds a way to be able to go and say, "Oh, well, they weren't with me 100%." Like he told,
Yeah.
he said before that Lio was never on my side. I was never with Lio, or I was never
Yes, you
with Peaches.
were.
I never defended Peaches when, in fact,
Wow.
he did. And it's just yeah, it's just nuts. The hypocrisy that he has been able to keep for as long as he has is just, again, like I said to you earlier, it is absolutely mind-boggling to me. And now, not only is he running from Lio and all of them, but he's also running from Fauci, who I told you about earlier.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's my fault. That's my fault.
That is not your fault. How is that your fault?
So I told him that like he's associated with Beckon. That's why he doesn't want to do it.
Oh, no, that's not your fault.
Mm.
No, listen.
I mean, fair
Fauci,
enough. I mean,
Fauci is Fauci. I mean, Fauci's gonna do what but no, Fauci finds it hilarious. Are you kidding me? He thinks it's hysterical that just a robot is running from him of all fucking people. So yeah, I don't know, but I think that it's rather interesting to hear that he's paying attention, allegedly, to commentary people. So we'll see if he finds word about me or about any of this. We'll see. I don't know.
yeah. Did he used to have some kind of stupid voice changer or something back in the day?
Yes, he
Yeah.
did.
Yeah.
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 That's
He
why.
used to.
How did anyone watch this garbage? Holy fucking shit! I'm gonna blow my fucking brains out. This is
That
awful.
he used it. He used it on the first video. It was like
He
all those
did.
like
He
I don't
did.
know if it was
It's
I
a
don't know if it was like
2 hour.
all the videos, but
No, yes.
no, it's it might be that, because I think though the 2 hour video that he has on me, it's all of the videos that he's made on me combined. So that's why I'm like I don't know, maybe it might be a separate video, but I think I remember somebody telling me that back when it was uploaded that it's just all the videos compiled up together. And so and I think that was because like he lost access to his original channel, so that's why he did that 2 hour video on me.
Oh
But
yeah,
it's
that's
not
right. Yeah, because he
but
got
it's
he got hacked or something. I remember that. Yeah.
Yes, so he lost access to that channel, and that's where all the original videos that he had on me, what they were, what he had, or where it was uploaded on, and then he did the one video where it was like last video on T-Moss Bus, even though it wasn't, but it was like that was on his newer channel, but he actually did, he can still upload on that channel, like he does have access on it because last year when I was like when my voiceover content was like blowing up. He made some random video on me talking about where is T-Moss Boss right now, and I was like,
yes, I saw that today, actually.
yeah. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, a person could just easily search my name up and not have to watch no however many video about me. But I mean, yeah, I guess if people are still interested, then they are. But I can't stop nobody from watching his videos. I mean, like, you know, if that's what he wants to do what he wants to do.
Right. Well, I again, like the last upload that I think that I've seen on his actual main channel was roughly about 6 months ago. I think again, that was around the time that the drama was first popping off with him and Cinny and stuff like that. But, you know, and Byrne, I don't know if you were here or not for it, but we did kind of talk a little bit about that, how he found out about Jar and Cinny, and it was actually because of Chud Logic. And all of that, and he didn't know who Chud was until then, and all of that. But you were aware of some people within commentary, right? To a certain degree, maybe. Would you say, is that fair?
A little bit, yeah.
Okay, so Chud was the one that you found out about. Who else have you found out about since then? I should say. Have you kept up with any of them by chance?
Not really. No, I would have to say like I have been kind of just seeing some channels here and there. Like I know it was more so like in the art commentary like community and stuff. And it was one content creator named Chuli. I think she was somebody that was a part of that group that Just the Robot was chasing around at VidCon. And and then then it was like I was more so seeing what they had to say on the situation. But I have been like seeing videos here and there of people talking about Just the Robot.
That's okay. Oh yeah, that I got you. Well, there's been some stuff that's came out since, obviously. Another creator that covered him quite a bit. I don't know if you're aware of him or not, is Himpleton. Himpleton had covered him quite a bit and actually talked to him quite a bit too. And he so that he's on Jar's hit list too. He's on Jar's hit list. Judd, I think, is on there. Beckett, Fauji. Oh God, who else? Burn. Who else would be on there?
So I know for a fact
Fauji,
I'm on that list.
You. There's like a whole bunch of different people with on that list. Yeah.
Did you take down your responses to Just a Robot or no?
The the earlier work, yes, but like the latest videos, like after pre Cinebear, there were some videos that I did take down. But I did kind of like do videos where I had like just overall talked about it more in the story time form. But all the like videos like after the Cinebear stuff, no, I haven't taken down any videos.
Okay. I'm looking through.
Let me ask you this.
I can't listen to Jar for fucking 2 hours. I'm gonna blow my goddamn brains out.
I mean, who can? No, I completely get.
You know what? You have to do it now. No. If someone donates you $5, now you have to do it. Hold on, let me get it out.
Do what? Listen to Jar for 2 hours?
Yeah, you have to do the 2-hour video.
I already did the 2-hour video. It'd be more than It'd be more.
T-Moss Boss, the movie remastered. I don't think you ever talked about that one. Hold up. Yeah. You can't escape now. Hey, Cool Anime Girls, drop a 5, and KHuck is getting X-ated right now.
No.
You don't want to see Just a Robot. You don't want to see Just a Robot talk about me for 2 hours in 4K quality? 4K quality.
I watch that on my own time. No offense, but I watch that in my own time. I'm good. No,
You don't want you hate content. Oh my god, you're anti-content.
You know what? I brought you in here as a I brought you in here as a courtesy because you were the reason why T-Moss found out about it. So I was trying to be nice
Exactly.
and have you be
See,
involved.
I'm being nice. I'm
Don't
giving
make
you
me-
content. I'm being nice. Being nice as I can be.
He's
Hey,
such a blank.
oh, it's over for you. You just got conquered. $5.
$5.
Stream it. Give me content.
Thank you, Calamity Girls. Oh, jeez. Okay, well, not tonight. Didn't have to be tonight. No one specified tonight. Ha 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 ha. But maybe I will.
Another $5? No, it's like
no,
late.
no. Maybe sometime, and I will. Okay, you know what? I will stream it. I'll figure out what to do for next week. Okay, that's fair.
go.
Okay, we'll do that. Okay, all right. So, see what happens, T-Moss? This is what happens. This is my channel.
This is the curse of the curse when I call in. All of a sudden, she has to do something different.
No, stop it. No, you're fine. But no, I'm glad that Burn was able to call in and actually talk to you. You can see that he's okay. For the most part.
Yeah, I'm not.
he
This is
survived.
where I'm gonna get a little mean. I'm gonna get a little mean now. So, I mean, I don't know you much, obviously. Just KHuck gave me the video. I see you have 100,000. Like maybe you already talked about it.
He did.
What
a
do you
little
think
bit.
caused? What do you think caused the downfall?
Between like on my videos.
Yeah, because that's like 100,000 subscribers, 5 views is like, holy fuck, what happened? Did you get canceled or something?
No, so the issue was, so prior before that, my videos would get a lot of views. Like back, I remember in 2016, I could upload a video and it'll get like well over 100 views. But even at that time, being like I was relatively small, so that's like probably going to be one of the biggest like what ifs, like what if that situation between me and just a robot never did happen, because for 4 years straight, my videos were constantly getting more dislikes from likes. And that was because of him. That was because of like just the times he would make videos on me and his fans. Like I was aware that they did have a Discord server about me. I just didn't know overall like if it was true or not. But because of the like stuff that's been going on now, like yeah, that's something that people were telling me. So I imagine like if he did have a big enough server and a lot of people were in there, yeah, there would be at times I'll upload a video, maybe about like a minute after it's uploaded, 70 dislikes. Then it'd just be like another video, like probably from like 30 to 50 dislikes. And then if it was a video about him, then yeah, it can range from like over 100 dislikes to like hundreds of dislikes. So, and that's just for like 4 years, like straight nonstop. So yeah,
he dislike bombed you to the point where you got the algorithm.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, he brought it up earlier. Yeah.
And so like
Holy
that's
shit.
and that was like a thing where it was like when you would search up my name like back then, like yeah, now my videos kind of somewhat pop up, and that's why I'm like having to like put in overtime trying to like promote my content like on other social media platforms. But at one point in time when you would search up my name, my videos wouldn't even pop up. So yeah, it was it was pretty bad at one point in time.
Yeah. Well,
Damn.
no, and
Well-
I hope that obviously, well, let me ask you this, and Bern, I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you if you were getting ready to ask something, I'm sorry. But I have a question. And I think that this might be, I'm not sure if this will be like a yes or no type question. You can decide, I guess. Do you feel justified in a way to kind of see what's going on with Just a Robot? Do you feel justified, or how do you feel about it?
It's kind of like mixed. Like, yes, I'm happy that, he's finally getting a taste of his own medicine. But at the same time, I feel like that more can be talked about. So I don't think like all of the justification is there, but at the same time I'm like it's good to see that he's finally given a taste of his own medicine, like stuff that he's been doing to people for years now. It's like it's something where I know I'm not the only person that has fallen victim to his fan base. Like there's other people out there, and I think there was even a time where it's like I heard something along the lines like he ran some content creator off of the internet because of just overall how his fans are. So yeah, it's one of those things where I'm like, I wish more would get brought up. And I don't know, maybe that's just me, just like, like I don't know, I don't want it to sound like, oh, I want my name to be heard. But at the same time, I'm like, there is more that he's done. Even if you do erase me from the equation, still there's like a whole lot that he's done and said, where it's like from him saying the N-word in videos, from him defending the Confederate flag, from him just I'm trying to think of some other stuff. Like, yeah, it's just, people sat down and actually looked at all the stuff that he's done to people throughout the years. Like, trust me, a lot of people will have more than just the Cinnabar stuff to talk about.
Yeah, and also the Malcolm or the American History X song that he may or may not have redone. That one too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And that was it's so I've never sat down and watched that movie. I think I've seen like bits and pieces of it, but I'm aware of the plot of the movie, and I'm thinking to myself, out of all the movies, you could have referenced in your videos and stuff, you decide to reference a movie where if you are trying to beat the racism allegations, having that song or whatever as the outro to your videos, that's not gonna be all that helpful. So
No,
yeah,
not really. No.
I
No.
found it very weird that it was like, and I mean, I had called him and his fan base out for being racist so many different occasions, and they always would just be like, "Oh no, that's not us. That's not we're not doing that. That's somebody else." But then it's like I'm hearing all these different things. Like the same friend that told me about your videos, KHuck, she also told me that I guess there was a time where, and I wish that was a video. But and I mean, people want to take my word for it, they can. I know Just a Robot likes to put that out there that I'm a liar and this and that. But at the same time, it's like you have to address the issue that there is some line of racism with you. But I guess there was a time that he did join my friend's Discord server and was just randomly dropping the N-word left and right because his roommate gave him permission.
Oh my
Sounds
It's-
about right. I mean, that sounds about right.
That sounds actually legit. That sounds 100% on point. Yes, actually.
Sounds like something he does. Like,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yes,
I mean,
yes,
I
it
can't
is.
show the screenshot, KHuck, but like he's.
Yeah, I know. I know. Yeah, that would be, listen, even if there wasn't any proof, that's not the first time that he's probably dropped it. I'm not going to deny, or I wouldn't be surprised by that. But
No, there were
it's-
videos. There were videos of him. Like, I mean, he
Yeah, there
wasn't
is.
saying it. Okay, so yeah, it's like I was about to say. I was like, I know that there are videos out there of him saying it, but like I just wanted to more so like like the context, because I know there are gonna be people out there where it's like they're wanting to, because I was just watching the one video today where it was one of his friends, and I was like, out of like all people, but I don't know, maybe I'm just kind of looking into it a little bit too much, but he does have like this like I guess like one of the only like few black friends that he has where they were pretty much defending him at the time being when he was being called out for being a racist.
oh my god, it's just
Listen, Shady Do-Rags.
um
Are you familiar with that name or?
Shady Do-Rags.
Yeah, he's done. So there's this video that he did. I just watched it today. So this was back in 2021 when there was a YouTuber that went by the name Prison Mate Luke, where he did
okay.
So he does this video calling out Just a Robot for being a racist.
Yes.
And then and so no, Shady Do-Rags, he does a video where he's pretty much defending Just a Robot, and then he made this comment where I'm like, maybe I don't know, maybe I misheard him, I did replay the video back to make sure, but he makes this comment where he's pretty much saying like, so how did it go? He was like, if you say like all Hispanic people are good, like that's gonna sound racist. And I'm thinking to myself, like, hey, you guys, you would really have to watch his video. But it's this. I see if I can find it real quick.
Yes, please send that to me. Oh God.
Yeah.
That's, oh Jesus.
Yeah, the video.
that's
It was
else.
It's definitely one of those videos where I'm like, man, you really should have thought that video through. But yeah, the video is titled "I Have Opinions on the Just a Robot Situation." I'll send it to you on Twitter right now.
Yes, please. Yes, please. I would. Yeah.
Let's go.
Yeah, let's go. More jar content. Hashtag. What is it? Jar tent for like 1,000 years or something like that.
Jar 10 forever, and then like,
Something
then
like
Kenneth
that,
has to watch the 2-hour video. Let's go.
Yeah, he has a lot of different videos, and I was telling you a little bit about that. Where KHuck, but Burn, no, he was criticizing me on how I was processing a friend's death. So that's why I'm like,
Yes.
people say that like, oh, you just misunderstood what he said, and I'm like, a friend of mine's just died. I don't think you're understanding that, and you're trying to like make it in the content. Like, my friend dying is not content. That's my friend dying. That's a friend I'm not going to see anymore. So you trying to get on me about how I'm processing his death. Like, it's funny. It's funny because like him and his fans, they like to get on me about like the stuff that I've said, because I know that before Just a Robot, this was another situation that I had got into, and I don't know, maybe I was being a little bit too violent, but in my defense, I'm like, I'm not out here like threatening people's lives. So if the person that so happens to be threatening my life, if they happen to be a minor, I'm like, okay, you have to understand that I'm not paying attention to the fact that you're a minor. I'm paying attention to the fact that you're threatening my life. But at a point in time before the Just a Robot drama, there was a person that was threatening me, talking about like they're gonna kidnap me and set me on fire, starve me to death, and then it's so no, so this it's so. This was the crazy part about it. So I respond to it and I said, look, to whoever this kid is, if I see you in public, if you approach me on some crazy energy, I'm kicking you in the throat. Like, I'm just gonna let you know that right now. And so, there's so Just a Robot, he heard that, and then they changed the narrative to, oh, T-Mo's boss is threatening a kid, and I'm like, okay, well, you guys are leaving out that part of the video where he threatened to kidnap me. Yeah, he starved me to death and all this other stuff. What was that?
Oh, Fauci.
Oh, it's the op bro. Look at the
okay.
Yeah, the op block Sinchan dedicated hater. Right?
Yeah, the op. The op blocky. He can't fucking call in. Jesus.
He's at work, dude. Leave him alone.
Blah blah blah. I'm at work. I have responsibilities while the stream's live.
Burn, you interrupted T-Moss. Go ahead, T-Moss. I'm sorry.
No, op block did.
Just a Robot. He was very big on like saying that I'm lying about something, or I did this or I did that, and I'm like, you actually did do that stuff. So you can say that I'm lying about this, or I said this, or I did that, but it's like, I actually have a legitimate defense on it, so that's why it's like a lot of times, like, people, they ask me about certain situations, that because I know that there was the one situation with his editor where a lot of people were calling me out for that, and I was and the video is still up, so if anybody wants to go and see it for yourself, it's this video where it was titled like roasting haters for 26 minutes, I think, or something like that. But anyways, there was a video that I had clicked on his editor at the time when he was active. I had clicked on his channel. I seen this random video. I got to talking about it, left the video alone. Sometime later, they were saying that, like, so at the time being, they were saying that I was just wasn't aware of the video being about his mom, because it was a tribute video for his mom. But I'm like, okay, it wasn't in the title, it wasn't in the comment sections, it wasn't in the description, he didn't say anything in the video about it being about his mom. How am I supposed to know that? And it went from like I didn't know that video, didn't know the context of that video, to T-Moss Boss is flat out making fun of this guy's dead mom. And so they have like a weird way of like at the time being, they had like a very weird way of just like changing up the narrative, the stuff. And I'm like, all right, I mean if you guys want, if you guys want to say that, then go ahead. But I'm like, you guys know the truth, I know the truth, and that's all that matters.
Right.
I mean, you're also dealing with an ACC fiend, so
True.
all they do is change narratives. Ironically, 99% of them diddle kids while changing the narratives about. It's just crazy over there.
It's nuts.
There's no self-policing, and 99% of them just like 8-year-old, ooh, 8-year-old.
Yeah.
Okay.
He's not wrong. Burns not wrong at all. It's sad but true.
I can't stop myself. I can't. 888. That's them.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, it's absolutely ridiculous over there. But I do have one question. And I was thinking about this as you were talking, because you brought up about his roommate, the one and only Professor Dreadlock.
Is he is that guy a creator? Who the fuck is that guy?
Yeah.
Okay, from what I understand, he is his roommate. Now I think he's his editor, I think, or helps him out with editing. I don't know that. I don't know that 100% certain. I think that Jar has said that he is now his editor or something, but actually he's his, handler. We all know what I mean by that.
Handler.
What is your opinion of Professor Dreadlock, if you have any?
I don't have too much to say about him as a person, but I guess just from just knowing of his existence, I feel like that if this is somebody that you care about, you definitely should have stepped in and checked them on a lot of different things. I mean, like, there's friends of mine where if they say something, if they do something and it makes me uncomfortable, I'm going to check them. I'm not going to just allow them to hey, can I join this Discord call and say the N-word? Hey, can I make a video, or do you want to go over these documents and see if this girl is a pedophile or not? It is just all these different things where it's like, you should have done more. Like, my thing is this: if you are aware, I guess, of his quote unquote autism and of his situation, you should have stepped in a little bit more and been there for him. Yes, Just a Robot is a grown man, but I've said that before myself. Just a Robot doesn't come off as somebody that can take care of himself. So that's why I'm like, if you know what he's capable of, if you know what he's getting ready to do or he's about, you need to step in and be like, hey, it's probably best you don't do that. Then again, Just a Robot might not listen and he just do it anyways. But I just think that, a little bit more should have been done on his part.
Well, I think though.
You're right.
Well, yeah, but with Professor Dreadlock, he should have. Well, let me ask you this, and I think that what you bring up actually something that's rather interesting. If he would have, I mean, he may not have. From the looks of it, we can probably assume that he didn't step in enough, or whatever may have happened. But even if he were to have stepped in more, or would have been known more that he would have stepped in to try to stop him, would that have done anything though? You know what I mean? Like, would he have just done whatever he wanted to begin with? That's what I want to know.
And that's why I had said, I was like, then again, this is Just a Robot that we're talking about. So if he would have listened, it would have been wise for Just a Robot to listen. But that's the thing where it's like, you can't really tell like a almost 30-something-year-old man what to do in things. But at the same time, it's like, I don't think that he should have, I guess, like, gotten himself involved. Like, if I know that a friend of mine is carrying on in a way within the content creating world where they're doing things to get on people's bad side, I don't want no parts of that. I'm like, that's you and your business. Yes, we are friends, but I'm like, as far as like business wise, I can't put myself involved. So yeah, I think that, you know, he could have at least passed on some advice. It's up to just the robot at the end of the day if he wants to listen to it or not.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think with him though, I think with Just a Robot, with him having you know, obviously the relationship that he does with his roommate and his girlfriend, um, and apparently she's real, allegedly for I don't know, but I think that I truthfully, just based upon from what I know, and I know that there is a lot. I could, you know, a lot to get to within Jar himself, you know, and the different
Hmm.
and that all of the content that's not only been made about him, but the content that he's made about, you know, talking about other people or other topics. I
Hmm.
think I don't know. There's only so much that he can do. I hate to even say it, but he should know better. But he
Yeah.
doesn't. Allegedly, he doesn't. Right? And
Mhm.
that's like I was telling you earlier that there are some aspects of his autism that I think that he makes up. I mean,
Yeah,
because
no.
again, I hate to even say that because I know of people that do have severe autism. I've known people
Hmm.
throughout my life who have had autism who I didn't even know that they had autism. They didn't even know that they had autism until it
Yeah.
became, you know, until they, you know, got diagnosis or they realized that that's what they had. But
Hmm.
and I was saying this to you last night, he uses this as an excuse to
Yeah.
get away with what he does.
Like,
No.
Yeah.
No.
No,
he
even
does
with
that.
the
He does that with dyslexia too.
Yeah. No, it's so the
But
funny thing is about the dyslexia. There's a we used to be friends. It was me and this kid I went to school with, but he also had dyslexia, but he was reading books. He was able to like we understood what he was
yeah,
saying like, and it was something where it's like he again like he was nothing like Just a Robot. You know, it's like we stopped being friends for a separate reason, but at the same time like during that duration of us being cool, there was never no conversations or nothing that remotely reminded me of Just a Robot. So that's why I'm like it's really weird how he tries to use whatever form of autism he's suffering from and
yeah.
dyslexia as an excuse of, oh well, this is why I did this is why I couldn't read that, this is why. And I'm like, and even I just remember there was a time where it was somebody that's in his circle was trying to get me and him to have a phone call. And I was like, no, if he wants to, whatever he has to say about me, he's always kept it public. Let's just keep it public. If he wants to apologize, he very well can write out the apology. He can make a short video, whatever he needs to do. And that was the first time I ever heard of the dyslexia stuff. And
Mm.
so and it's something where I'm like, you know, with anybody else, I'm as respectful as I can be. I'm like, I'm not, if they say that they suffer from autism, dyslexia, I'm not going to crack jokes. I'm not going to say anything. But with Just a Robot, on the other hand, I'm like, all that stuff is out the window. I can care less if I offend him. I could care less if I offend his fans. So when that was brought up to me that, oh, he has dyslexia, and I'm like, he's never had dyslexia before up until now. Well, I'm like,
Uh-huh.
okay,
Yeah.
and so no, that's when I said I was like, okay, if the dyslexia is that bad, write the apology backwards. I will understand the message and I will go on about my day. But if he's not willing to apologize in any form whatsoever, I have absolutely nothing to say to him. So that's why I was like, yeah, with that dyslexia stuff, I'm like, I'm not hearing that. And when people were bringing that up and talking about it, I'm like, there's a friend of mine that I had back when I was in school where he's that type of kid where he would bump into you and he would apologize for something as little as that. So I
Yep.
was like that guy, he was cool. He was a nice dude. And so
Yeah.
that's why I'm like, it trips me out where it's like, okay, these things that you say that you suffer from, why is it that there's everybody else in the world that suffers from that same exact stuff and they're nothing like you?
True.
Right.
Well,
Exactly. Go ahead, Bert.
well, it's been nice talking to you, T-Moss boss. I hope
Yeah.
I see you around. I gotta go.
Okay. Yeah,
I
yeah.
gotta take care of business real quick.
What are you doing? Oh
But
God.
it was hey, some people want to talk. Some people want to
Oh
talk, and I gotta go
Jesus.
talk to them.
Oh
So
okay.
I
Like
gotta.
I'm sorry that you fell victim to just a robot.
Well, some of us have to. I do go to therapy.
It's like, please point me into that direction. I might need to take up on that.
It's called ignoring him for days on end, and then when he spams you, go like, yeah, sure, whatever.
That's
But-
hilarious.
But it was nice talking to you. Thank you, Kick, for having me on, and I'll see you guys around.
Okay, we'll talk
See
to you
ya.
soon. Bye, Burn. See you later.
Bye.
Burn the world, everybody. Burn the world. I'm glad. Yeah. He's hysterical. He thinks that he's funny. Anyway, but no, I'm kidding. No, he's good. He's good people. He's awesome.
Mhm.
Well, we do have one other person who actually has been patiently waiting for quite some time now. Thank you, British Runner. I'm sorry. This is British Runner. Are you familiar with him by any chance?
I just followed him on Twitter.
Oh, okay. Yes. Okay. Well, he's a buddy of the channel. He's a good
Okay.
he's a good buddy of mine. Haven't talked to him in quite a bit. He would like to actually come in and chat with you for a few minutes, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Awesome. Okay, here we go. Hi, British Runner. I'm sorry. You know how I'm sorry. We got sidetracked and got to talking. I'm sorry. How are you, sir? British Runner? Oh, gosh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. British Runner? Uh-oh. Hold on. Let me try DMing him. Hold on. Oh, he's messaging me. Hold on. Can you hear us, British Runner? Uh-oh. Oh, great. I made him wait for too long. Now I'm going to hear it. Now I'm going to hear it. I made him wait for too long. Can you get me? Let me join. Oh, okay. All right. He asked me to. We're going to rejoin here. Okay, there we go. Okay.
Okay.
I guess he was having some connection issues. Okay, hold on. Let's try it again. British Runner.
Hello. Hi.
Hi,
Hey, how's
there
it
you
going?
are. Much better. Hello, sir. Listen, I'm sorry. We kept you waiting for too long. I'm sorry. Okay? Don't yell at me.
I mean, that was the reason I couldn't connect, wasn't it? I was just waiting too long.
See, I told you. I told you. You know what? No, I'm sorry, British Runner. You know how this goes. You've been here how many times? Come on now. You know how this
Oh
goes.
no, this is my first time.
It is not. That is a It is not. T-Moss, you go back and look at my channel and see how many times you've been here. I can pull it up right now. Sir.
I mean,
anyway.
when was the first time? When was the first time I was here then?
The first time that you were
What was
here?
the subject? Yeah.
Not on jar subjects. You were here about Dark Viper.
Was that the first time?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I think it was Dark Viper. Then it was Andy Pants Gaming, wasn't it?
Yes. Andy Pants was the next one, yes. And then I think it went back to Dark Viper there for a hot minute. Yeah. Silly man. Anyway.
Yeah.
What you got for T-Moss, sir?
Oh, I was just wondering about the Minnesota boy stuff. Like,
Oh.
yeah, I was wondering if you would be able to elaborate more on that.
So this is from what I remember, I didn't hear anything at the time being, because during that time when Minnesota Boy, he uploaded this video titled "Dear White People, Why I Hate White People." So at that time being, there was a trend to do these videos where it's like, dear a certain group of people, and then you're just saying something like overly disrespectful. And I think that was the video that that started it all. It was uploaded by, I don't know if she still does content, but there's this content creator named Nicole Arbor, and she did this video titled "Dear Fat People," and it went viral. Everybody was like, at that point, following along with the trend. So Minnesota Boy, he did this his video, And that's when somebody had commented saying like, "Hey, you should check out this guy's video, Dear White People." So I seen it, and I kind of had a feeling. I'm like, yeah, I kind of know what this video is gonna be about. I'm like, black man, and he seemed like he's angry talking about white people. I'm like, yep, I know exactly where this video is going. And sure enough, as soon as I start the video, he's just going off saying all these other actually, so not his video, but my reaction is still up. And so, yeah, the video, it just starts off with him just, saying like all these like different racist derogatory slurs, towards, white people. And then, yeah, from there, I was like, I just pretty much was like laughing at him. I'm like, yeah, it's crazy. It's like, you're going onto a website where there's like a lot of white people and you thought that was going to go smoothly for you and stuff. I'm like, no, it's not. And so he's seen, my reaction video, and then he approached. I remember him reaching out to me on Twitter, and he was like, "Why did you react to my video?" I was like, a fan had asked me to, and so then he was upset about it. He was all like, "Oh, this guy, he was all like, all he just does is sit around and upload videos and stuff." And so then that's when there's just always this go-to question I would like ask him. I'm like, well, why don't you have that same energy towards white people in real life that you do in your videos? Like, there are videos of you shaking white people's hands, walking right past them, and all this other stuff. I'm like, have that same energy, knowing that he wasn't gonna have that same energy. But I do remember him. He did some video that I guess was responding to that, was like showcasing it, and all he just did was make some like random like just guy going in. I think it was like going into some coffee shop, but he just tried to make him feel bad about slavery. And I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, guy's like 20 something years old. It's like, yeah, maybe his ancestors, but it's like, if not, like he ain't had nothing to do with that. So yeah, Minnesota Boy, he was a character, but yeah, he had it out for me and stuff, because I at the time being, during that time frame, I was really the only one that was making videos about him, going against him, against his content that he was making.
What would you say if I was to tell you that he's recently come back with a response to the internet?
Oh no, I seen it. I seen that video.
You've seen the response, have you?
Yeah, and so he did create a new channel, and he was trying to say like, oh, I was just joking around, like I wasn't.
Yeah,
and I'm like,
I don't really buy it, to be honest.
No,
with
yeah.
you. Like, when you watch the video, you can see how this affects him, sort of thing. He is absolutely pissed off. Like, sorry, I was gonna say I actually used to be friends with the guy.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
So,
really?
Yeah, I went by my username back then on my other channel used to be called Sliceable Eagle. So, which an Xbox generated name, so
Okay. Wow.
so like yeah, I made my videos on him and all that back then, and I still have one up on my main channel now. So
Wow.
like
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, he during that time frame, I don't know. Because I think I'd seen it somewhere. Somebody was like, it had a lot to do with like, I guess like he got into it with some kids or something on a game. But I'm like, I don't think that's. I think that was
the way he characterized it to me was that he was sick and tired of how he would be treated, like, indirectly in real life. Like, say for instance, he'd be walking down a street, there'd be a white woman with her boyfriend, and as soon as she sees him, she immediately clutches her purse or something like that.
that's
type of
you know.
that was how he characterized that to me. So
That's
I'm not justifying his video. I'm just
Wow.
saying what he said to me.
No, here's the thing. That's that's just an ongoing like joke amongst like black people. We'll joke around like with stuff like that. We don't necessarily like, cause there's been numerous times I've like, cause I used to work in Seattle, and I'm pretty sure I walked past like probably thousands of racist people out there. And so they never said anything to me. They never did anything, but you would never know. So it's like, that's something, it just seems like that it's like fictional or in a movie. Like that's not some real life stuff. I'm not trying to downplay and say like racism doesn't exist or he's never experienced racism. I'm pretty sure he has. But I don't know, like throughout the 28 years of me living, and I feel like that, yeah, of course we've had different experiences when it comes to racism, but just to overall detail my IRL experience dealing with racism. So back when I was 11, there was a neighbor where it was me and some friends. I remember we were getting ready to go up to this school and have a water balloon fight. And so I remember my friend and his cousin, they got to arguing about whatever. But anyways, so I had stopped off, sat on the sidewalk, seen that there was this dog that I would always go by and pet before, like I would like either be walking to school or walking home from school. As soon as I had got like my hand within like just like finger distance from the dog's head, all of a sudden I just hear this woman scream out, "You better not touch that dog, you N-word." And then she followed it up with calling me the N-word a couple of more times. And so yeah, she and so no, so me and the I remember me, her, and my friends, we were like all outside. Well, she was in her house the whole time, yelling at us from the window. Then at some point in time, she got like her camera and started taking pictures of us and stuff. And so then that's when I was like, all right, well, I might as well give her a picture worth looking at. So I pulled my pants down, mooned her, said, I'm like, you're gonna take a picture of something, take a picture of this. Then she called the cops, but the whole point though, was that I didn't allow that to have me have a different outlook on like my like childhood best friend. Like like I had to say this to somebody that I'm still friends with him till this day. Like this is somebody that I've known since I was 10, but he's not all the way white, he's half white, but still like I'm cool with him and his family. Like I'm cool, like I'm not going to look at them any differently. I'm not going to look at any other friends that I have any differently. It's something where I feel like that black people, it's like we may have some different racist experiences than others, but still that shouldn't stop us from befriending white people or anybody else outside our race. Like it's one of those things where I'm like, those are those people, but I'm not going to take my anger out on everybody around me. So yeah, it's just him saying that I just find that silly. It's like you didn't do that because of your own personal like experiences, and then you're gonna flip it and say that, oh, I was just joking around. That's not something that you joke around with. So yeah, I find Minnesota Boy a silly person. It's like that's the thing, that was the crazy thing about him too, was that he was such a talented content creator, but he was a part of a lot of controversy even outside the racism stuff. He's even said some like other crazy things about other creators. So that's why I was like, I think his downfall was bound to happen at some point.
Yeah. Okay, you got anything to add to that?
I honestly, no. It's like I feel like that's just pretty much everything I have to say about him. It's like, yeah, he's weird.
I remember being on his podcast, to be honest with you. Like the one that happened straight after his video, sort of thing. What he called was the revolutionary podcast.
I think I remember something like that.
Yeah, it was with some Battlefront gameplay and all that stuff. So, like,
okay.
Not that narrows it down any further, but, like, yeah, I was on that stream. He wanted to have a diverse sort of around of people sort of thing. Like, he had, like, with different cultures, and I just happened to be one of them, so.
Gotcha.
Yeah, like I remember watching your videos about him, sort of thing. I remember, like, I remember someone like telling me, yeah, this isn't on and all that stuff. Like, you've got to do something about this and all that, because, like, I mean, I don't think they would talk. Like, I did have people who say to me that, like, because I did initially defend him, sort of thing, right? So I did have some people on Twitter telling me, "Oh yeah, you need to call this out and all that stuff." Eventually, I did call him out after, I believe, watching your videos and another creator's video. I can't remember his name, but he was another guy that just did gameplay commentaries. So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was yeah, I remember just overall cuz he had like quite a few subscribers before he did that video, and then it just seemed like after he did it, then he lost a lot of them. And I can't remember if Keemstar had talked about him, but
Of
yeah, it's
course he
like I
did.
do
Oh yeah,
That
Keemstar.
would
Yeah,
not surprise
Keemstar
me
talked
in the
about him.
slightest if Keemstar talked about
Yeah,
him. That
he had
no.
he had Minnesota Boy on his on one of his streams where
Listen,
they had a
Keemstar is
conversation.
Oh, wow.
anywhere and everywhere. When you least expect it, when you think there ain't no way Keem is involved, he's involved.
Yeah, I remember Keemstar. It was like a video that I recorded, and I'll admit, like the way that I worded it, it sounded extremely dangerous, and I should have worded it a little bit better. But yeah, I do remember there was a time where Keemstar, he talked about me in one of his videos. It was like a super old video. And I think it was like a thing at the time that was like going on where people were like, oh, like at this certain amount of subscribers, like I'm gonna do this at these. And I remember doing a video where I can't remember if I did say it in that video or in a follow-up video, but I do remember, I think I had just I had to elaborate on it. I'm like, I just think they had just missed out. But I had said, like, I think it was either at 1 million, it was either at 100K or 1 million subscribers, that for like the sake of a video, that I wanted to not like exactly set myself on fire, but like put on a flame suit and then set myself on fire, like just for the video's sake. But I think yeah, a lot of people, they just took it as like, oh, this guy just wants to set himself on fire. And I'm like, obviously, like professionally done, where it's like you're wearing one of them like flame proof suits, and then then do it and immediately get sprayed out afterwards and stuff. But yeah, it's yeah, you can't really escape being featured on a Keemstar video, especially when you do a video like that.
Yeah, that's very true. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
well, with Keem nowadays, I mean, to be honest with you, when was this? What year was this that happened?
Oh, that was probably 2015, I think. 2014, 2015.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah,
That makes
2015.
sense. So if it was like back in Keemstar's heyday, which some people can still say that he's still in it, that's fair. But back in Keemstar's heyday, when he was still doing Drama Alert and all of that other, all that other stuff, then yeah, I can totally see you wanting to do that. Yes. Nowadays, I would just laugh and be like, I got featured on Keemstar, cool, and I wouldn't care. but that's just me. But I get your point though. Like if it was back in 2014, 2015, when all of that was going on, again, back in Keemstar's heyday, when he was like, bigger than life, and if you were to ask him, I'm sure that he would still say that he's bigger than life. But because have you kept up with any of the locale stuff by any chance, just out of curiosity?
No.
Oh boy, that's a whole nother can of worms right there, and then some. That's a whole nother thing. But nowadays, people that have either know of Keemstar well enough or have talked to him or whatever, they'd be like, okay, I got featured with Keemstar, cool. Like, or at least that would be my reaction. That's not going to be everybody else's reaction. I get that.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I would. But Minnesota Boy is interesting. That is rather interesting.
It was an interesting time.
You made British runners here look up as soon as you said that. He was like, ooh.
yeah. I mean, like, it was something I was, like, I wouldn't say directly involved, but I did have a back and forth with him after I called him out. Like, for his video. Where, like, there was one video where he was just sitting outside topless and just, like, in the sun, like, with a banana and speaking ape-like.
Excuse me, what?
Like, literally, he was outside topless, like, and sitting there with a banana, and like, this is how like the white chimps talk and go, ooh, ooh, ah, ah, ooh, ooh, ah, ah, ah. Like, literally, that's the shit that you would do. Like, I took his videos I took that video and I put it in my editing software and played a Jungle Book song, which was the "I want to be like you" ooh, ooh, sort of thing.
Of course you did, British Runner. Of course you did. British Runner, no.
Yeah.
Oh no.
That was. I mean, he was kind of asking for it back then, like. You know.
I mean, yeah, fair. Yeah,
I mean,
Yeah.
I would.
he's sitting outside with a banana in his hand, speaking like a monkey. So,
Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh god.
like, how can you not make fun of that?
Dude, this guy sounds. This is the first I've heard of this guy tonight, and this guy sounds very funny, and not in a good way. Maybe in a
Yeah,
good way. I don't know.
It's kind of like the West Side Tyler stuff, KHuck, with like how he just instantly snapped like in a split second, not even like
Oh.
Yeah.
like a light switch sort of thing. Minnesota Boy used to
Oh.
be. He had he was really talented at making content, really good.
Yeah.
He had a
Mhm.
GTA series, like where it was like shot like an actual TV show sort of thing, like or similar to that kind of thing, right?
I'll have to make a note
Like,
to do like a deep dive on him, or do something
Yeah.
like that. Yeah. How many are there?
I
Any
know,
other? Are there any? I'll have to watch your video on him, T Moss, and see what and react to it, maybe possibly, and do a deep. He sounds
Mhm.
interesting. Is he?
Yeah, he.
Yeah.
Is he not making any? Is he? I'm sorry. Is he not making any recent content? Has he like completely fallen off because of just drama, or?
There is something on his Twitter that he recently told me about
Oh boy.
because I had a call with him back in 2024, and when he saw my video like a few years ago, sort of thing, he gave me a call and it was like he was a bit passive aggressive about it, sort of thing. Like he didn't agree with some parts of the video because, of course, he didn't because it didn't really go with his narrative of things. Like but like. Yeah, he didn't want me to take down the video though. That's the thing. Like that's like you don't agree with it, but you didn't want me to take it down either. So it's just like okay. But this video that he told me about is on his Twitter, where he apparently is. I haven't seen it, but apparently it's about taking down someone in the what is it like sort of like stocks sort of thing. Like he's exposing people in like a stock exchange or something like that. Something similar to that. Like kind of like cryptocurrency sort of shit. Like back when that was booming. There's apparently he's gotten into trades and all that stuff nowadays.
Interesting.
So that's weird.
That's very interesting.
Mm.
Well, yeah, that maybe one stream if I'll have to write this down because there's so much dang content that's been coming out these last couple of weeks. Oh my god. But yeah, that's definitely something that we could definitely look into for sure. Yeah. Absolutely. Okay, so British Runner, I have a question. So do you have anything on him about, or do you want to ask T-Moss about Just a Robot or anything else that you want to ask him real quick?
Not on Just a Robot.
Okay.
Actually, I think I'm clean out, to be honest with you.
Okay, fair enough. No, fair enough. Well, thank you, British Runner. I appreciate you so much, and I'm sorry that we made you wait for so long, but you know how it goes here, so I'm sorry. But I appreciate you, sir. And well, you know what? When we do the deep dive, maybe we can have you both on again and do that. How about that? That would be fun.
Yeah, yeah, why not?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
Let's go. Definitely.
We
Yes.
can talk about the good old trolling days of YouTube,
Yes.
the gun
for
game
sure.
fights and all that stuff. Yeah,
For sure.
that was the reason my name was Sliceable Eagle, by the way. If you didn't guess, like I like to knife people in gun game and rank them down and all that stuff.
Yeah, I'm trying to think because I was trying to remember that name and I'm like, man, it's just I don't know. Like I was just going after Minnesota Boy, but I was like that name. I was like, I don't know. Like it might if I had to like go back and see a video, maybe I talked about it, but I'm like I don't even remember.
I mean, I don't remember you making a video on me. Like
Okay.
I would hope not.
Like,
I looked at his
I think
content
you-
today. I've looked at his
I think-
content the
I
last
think
couple
you,
of days. I
uh,
did
wa-
not see anything. Otherwise, I'd be like,
think,
what?
Yeah, like I think you were one of the people that tried to convince me of, oh, this isn't right, sort of thing,
Yeah.
you know. Like, I mean, I had another guy called another friend who's the same race as Minnesota Boy.
Mhm.
What's his name? Punkify, sort of thing, who used to do sort of like trolling on YouTube as well. He gave me his thoughts, and he said his video made him feel sick to his stomach. So, you know,
Yeah, it was
also
like
another
that.
Wow.
contributing factor in my decision to turn against Minnesota Boy.
Yeah, his video. I mean, there was even so I don't know if you guys are familiar with the reaction guy, Blasphemous HD. Do you guys know him?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah, and he just I just remember it was like the one because Blasphemous HD did a video where he detailed his like situation with Minnesota Boy, and I just remember the one that stood out to me where I was like, all right, man, you know, Blasphemous HD, he's stronger than I am, but Minnesota Boy said that in like a call that they had, like, I hope your mom gets cancer or some stuff like that.
Oh, Jesus.
And yeah, and I was like, man, Minnesota Boy, like there's been times where I've been frustrated. Even there's been like people within just the robots community where I've been like extremely frustrated with them, but I've never been that frustrated with them. Like, and I just don't feel like that their situation was as big enough to where it's like, I mean, it was from that to these guys almost got into a fight at what was it, VidCon or Comic Con or something like that.
VidCon, yeah, probably.
So
yeah, everything
yeah,
happens at VidCon. Everything.
yeah,
Everything.
it's so because I think Minnesota Boy, he like approached them and was just trying to like get him to fight and stuff, but Blasphemous HD, he just didn't want to be bothered with them and things, and so but yeah, it's like there's just stuff that Minnesota Boy would do where I was like, you can't go back and say that you was like joking. That's stuff that you just don't joke about.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah,
Agreed.
yeah. There's
Yeah.
other stuff like I can't remember when YouTube brought in the pinned comment sort of update to the website, but Minnesota Boy is adamant that he had a pinned comment where it's like, "Oh, I'm making a parody of this other person's like video and all that stuff," but he never explained it back then. Like he
Jeez.
never explained it back then. Like, "Oh, guys, I was just joking" and all that stuff. Like,
Yeah.
this like either this was a character that got a bit out of control sort of thing,
Mhm.
and he just didn't know what to do with it, so he just left it and then came back and thought, oh well, I'll just tell everyone it's a joke, or this was actually how he actually felt, sort of
Yeah.
thing. It can't be
Yeah.
the joke thing, like
Yeah. Well, that's kind of
in my opinion.
well, and that's well in a weird way, and I'm not saying that this isn't any and all related, but Just Robot tends to do that quite a bit too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or rewriting the history.
Yeah,
Yeah.
pretty much. Yeah. Dude, British Runner, I wish you could do a video on Jar. Oh my god. You would find
That would be
out
a very
it'd be
very long
amazing.
video.
It would be.
It might
Yeah,
even
it would
rival.
be.
It might even rival the Mama Max video.
It would. I guarantee you. Yes, it probably would. Yeah.
Another 5 hours of hell. to
Yeah,
go
5
through.
out. Yeah, 5. Oh god, that video. Oh god, that video. That's how I first got to know you, though. So there's the blessing there. So there you go. That's
Yeah.
yeah. But anyway, British Runner, do you have anything else real quick for T-Moss before we move on? Anything else you want to ask him?
Yeah. Do you remember the good old days in the the battlefields of online slurs in Modern Warfare?
Oh, it's,
Wow.
That's like one of the main reasons why I play with my microphone muted, because I'm like because I stream, and so I'm not trying to have it where it's like it's some like kid with a squeaky voice just screaming the N-word to the top of his lungs. And I'm like kid, who are you? Like, just play the game. What part of the N-word has to do with this game? Just go to one of the objectives. And so yeah, it's like that's. So I'm like, yeah, for the most part, I'm like, nah, let me just go ahead and play with my microphone muted and stuff. So I
Wow, what a
don't
subject
end
change.
up.
Wow.
Yeah, those were.
About the
It
kids
was
that
the good
would,
old days.
I like the kids that would just scream the F word like a homophobic machine gun sort of thing.
Listen,
Wait,
speaking
who?
of
I like the F slur, like you know.
No,
Um,
but who?
Oh no, like little kids, squeakers, like they
Oh,
would just
okay.
go at the
Oh,
top of their
yeah.
lungs, just screaming the F
Uh-huh.
slur and
Yeah.
like a
Yeah.
homophobic machine gun.
Oh god damn.
Yeah.
Oh Jesus Christ. No,
I
Yeah, I'm
mean, the
like,
fucking
dude.
there ain't no
Halo lobbies
way.
were crazy.
Listen, I was gonna mention this earlier. Might as well mention it now. I've been given the N-word pass. I've been given the F-word pass. I've been given the K-word pass. I've been given almost
Yeah,
every slur pass imaginable. No, thank you.
Maybe you shouldn't. Maybe you shouldn't use the pass. Maybe you should just frame it and put it on your wall.
No. Mm-mm. Mm-mm. No.
I mean, that'd be quite a thing to
No, I'm good.
put up there, like
I'm
it's an
fine.
achievement.
But no, but you're not wrong, because that was, and we kind of touched upon it a little bit earlier. T-Moss likes his gaming. Are you? I was going to bring that up. Are you Xbox, PlayStation, Nintendo, or are you all of them? Which one are you mostly?
All of them.
All of them.
All of them.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, it was like when I had because originally when I had got into, because I had already had been gaming long before I had created my gaming channel, and so originally it was console, and then I just remember a lot of people were saying like, oh yeah, like PC gaming is the wave and all that stuff, like you gotta get into PC gaming, not realizing that you need to have a like actual gaming PC to play like just PC games and stuff.
Yeah.
So I go and so this is like in high school. I go and like my mom was like, "Oh, what do you want for Christmas?" I just said laptop. Didn't say have the specifics. Didn't say gaming laptop. I just said laptop. So she gets me a laptop. I created an account on. Well, I think I already had an account on Steam, but I was like, okay, I'm about to just go and just buy all these different games. I had bought this racing game called Distance. I had got this DayZ. I had got H1Z1. Before it was like a battle royale, when it was just originally like a zombie survival game. And it was, I think I still have that video up to like DayZ and Distance I was able to play. But H1Z1, that I tried playing that game on the computer that I had. And mind you, it's not a gaming computer. The graphics, everything looked nice. It's just that the frame rate, it looked like I was looking at a slideshow of pictures. Like there was like one video that I posted of where I had got attacked by a wolf in that game, and it was like in how the game had played out, and it's I have to like go and find that video, but it's like you just see where the wolf was in the distance, it sees me, it starts running, and then it gets closer, and then yeah, it's just like it was just horrible. So yeah, I learned a lot through PC gaming just by playing overall on PC and stuff, playing a little bit more. But I realized at that moment I was like, I need me a gaming PC.
Yeah. We
Another
figured that out
question.
too.
Another question for you.
Yeah,
You mentioned you used to watch PewDiePie, yeah?
yeah.
Which Let's Players of his did you like the most?
Ooh, that's good.
Probably the one where he was on that bridge on PUBG. No, I'm playing. No, he no. No.
He must know. No.
No, I would probably say it was his gaming compilations. I think I was more so watching his gaming compilations where it was like he would be playing it was a scary game that he would play a lot. But I can't think of that. Amnesia, I think that was the name of the game. And so yeah, it was like
that would be my favorite Let's Play that he did was the Amnesia or the Penumbra series.
Yeah.
Those were fucking hilarious.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, his videos back in the day, like I was constantly sitting down and watching them and stuff. But
Did you ever see the big Amnesia like compilation sort of thing? Where like the guy's like, holy shit, I got a bag of Milky Ways, and then the guy he's playing the game actually starts screaming because he's seeing the guy, the Mr. Face guy. And then he just turns around and runs away, but then turns back and sees the monster still chasing him, and he just screams, like pauses the game, and then like it just sounds like he just dives away from the computer itself, and the other guy's like, oh my god. He's like, Jesus fucking Christ. I'm gonna die in this game.
Yeah, like Amnesia, that was a good game. I was like, I remember I played a little bit of it just from watching PewDiePie's videos. So yeah, it's his videos back then. I haven't really watched his videos now, but yeah, back then I used to watch his videos a lot.
Yeah, Amnesia was the shit back then.
Yeah.
No,
probably
go ahead, Bruce. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was gonna say probably the best horror game from that time. To be honest with you, like it set the groundwork up for other psychological horror games.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, it's Amnesia, because they came out with did they come out with a sequel?
Yeah, Machine for Pigs. It wasn't
Yeah.
as good as Dark Descent though.
Mhm.
Dark Descent was a lot better. Like it had a lot more. It gave a lot more freedom to the player in a Dark Descent than a Machine for Pigs, because you can't really interact with all of the objects. That was something that kind of like took me a little bit out of the experience. Like I was like,
Yeah.
I can't pick this up. That's pretty dumb.
Yeah, it was. I think it was always that first one. I was like, I would only watch content. I didn't really remember watching too much content of the second one, but the first one, I was like, yeah, I'll definitely stick to it. I should play that game for old time's sake. Cause
you remember Justine, like Amnesia Justine, or did you not play that?
No, I don't think I played that one.
It's one with the guys that are blind. You have to like throw stuff to get them to go to a certain area so you can creep past them. But then it has that water, like the last part is like a water level sort of thing where you have to go around. You have to stop them from getting to you, and you have to go and like fix like the machinery and all that stuff before they break in and escape. Basically, it is really tense, to be fair. Like the guy, like the way that, like you would never think that this guy could, like the guy that moves slowly, can't see you, would just like be able to run really fast through water. Like, like I think I remember someone characterizing it as, be aware that bricks will be dropped in this level.
Oh wow.
Wow. Yeah, and the problem with the thing with Justine is, if you die, you're booted back to the desktop. So you have to go through the whole thing all over again.
What?
Because it's one level. It's one level, so yeah.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
Yeah, I'm trying to not break keyboards and mouses and controllers. So yeah, I think I'll watch people play that game, but as far as playing it, yeah, I know how I can get, and I'm not trying to get to that point. So
yeah, please don't. Yeah, my I mentioned him numerous times now, and actually he was just in here trying to barge in, of course. And by that I mean Mr. Huck, of course, right? Now. I have heard Mr. Huck rage. He's very much a gamer too. Okay. I have heard him rage at games. I've seen him throw controllers. I've seen him throw pillows. I've seen him do all sorts of shit. And he hasn't done it since. He hasn't done it in quite some time. Not gonna lie. But I've seen him when he goes through like his legit game rage phase. It's hilarious. It's so funny.
I believe a lot of people have seen me rage, you know, when the speed run doesn't go my way.
Yeah, There's back when I was back when I was a kid, I was a crier. I am gonna lie. Like I straight up cried when I couldn't get through a level. And so I have to say, like, the worst time I can remember raging was playing I think it was Tony Hawk American Wasteland, and I could not do this mission where I think they wanted me to like grind this railing, but I had to like grind it and do tricks at the same time. and so couldn't complete that mission. I remember I got so mad. I had stumped on my PlayStation and scratched the disc in the process. Had to had to go out and get a whole new copy of the game. But yeah, it
Oh,
was
damn.
when I was a kid, the rage was it was bad. Like there would be at times where I would be like yelling to the top of my lungs and stuff, just going off on a video game. And like after like just how my voice sounds now, like it's clear, it doesn't sound raspy. Like I had sounded like Shawn Michaels after yelling at a video game.
Oh,
So I don't know if you
damn.
guys so yeah,
Yes,
it was like
yes.
it just voice would be just mad raspy. There was one time I was for certain that I had messed my hand up because I like in a way had kind of like how like a baseball player like throws a ball off up in the air and swing, like I threw my controller in the air and just straight punched it. Like I would do things that was like I don't know why I still to this day play video games or decided to turn it into a whole content creating career.
Right.
But yeah, I'm like it's just, when I go off on a video game, that's why like now I just say, you know what? Nope, I'm turning the game off. I'm not gonna play it. But
I've literally raged while doing a let's play of like and the game was The Legend of Zelda: Ocarina of Time. In the
You
last fight
raged in
against
Ocarina? No.
Yeah, because Ganondorf throwing that bloody ball, like that energy ball around, sort of thing. Like, sometimes I couldn't deflect it in time, and I would get hit, and it would be really, really annoying. Like it's a game of freaking tennis. For fuck's sake, it's energy ball tennis,
Energy ball tennis. It's so
and that
true.
and that pissed me off. Okay.
Energy. Oh, that's so true. So true. Oh, I felt that in my soul. I felt that one. Are you big on Zelda, T-Moss? Do you like Zelda or Mario or any of the other Nintendo franchises or anything like that?
oh yeah, so no, like that's what I was saying that when I was a kid, my cuz my mom, she had got me into video games, and those were the
Yes.
games. Well, it was more so Mario, but I had learned about Legend of Zelda through my dad. I remember we had got like at the time when they were popular, we had gotten a Wii. And I remember my mom, like me and her, we would be like up in the like on the school and work night playing Mario Kart. And like we don't care about like nothing. Like we're like no, like we have to like try to like determine who's the best in the family and stuff. And then my dad, and I was like, I remember me and him, we were just sitting down talking about video games one day, and he got to talking about Legend of Zelda, and I just was like, I was shocked. I was like, no, I'm dreaming. Like this ain't he doesn't
No,
know
this isn't
about
my
a
dad.
game where
What?
I was like, this is no, this is. I'm like, my dad was kidnapped by aliens, and they're trying to like work out the kinks and stuff. But I'm like, there ain't no way possible. My dad just uttered the words Legend of Zelda. I'm like, no, there's no way. Then I remember at one point in time, my mom told me that she played Mortal Kombat. And I'm like,
Mhm.
what is going on? I'm like, why are you guys now telling me of this information?
Why am
I'm
I
like,
just
would you
now
guys
finding
just
this out? What the hell? What is
yeah,
going on?
I was all
What?
like, you guys are like, you're my parents. Like, I should know of these things. Like, well, you guys just got a software update, and now all of a sudden you guys are aware of these games. I'm like, no, it's not normal. And so, yeah, it's like it really tripped me out, like some of the stuff. But no, like video games, it more so like just with my immediate family and my uncle. Like we were
Mhm.
because like I've just played a bunch of different games. My sister, she was a fan of the Sims games growing up. And then my parents, they had like this just mysterious like track record of video games that they didn't tell nobody about. And then and then my uncle, then he just had like a whole like arsenal of video games. Like there was at times where he would just sit me, like he knew that like I would be interested in the game, and so he would just sit me in front of whatever game, and I'm just sitting there just playing it as if I've been playing it for years or something. Except one game, I was like, there was one game that he recommended me, and I was like, no, never again. But it was Fallout, and I remember playing Fallout 3, and that I'm not gonna lie, that game scared the life out of me. When I still to this day can't play that game because I'm like, no, that game, I have a little bit of an arachnophobia problem, and so like any form of giant spiders, giant insects,
Oh,
I'm like,
yeah. Mhm.
Fall,
Oh
yeah,
yeah,
Fallout.
yeah.
Fallout, it's just I watched the show, no problem. But yeah, as far as playing the game, I was like, no, I can't do this. I'm like, I'm not.
Yeah.
I'm not
with
ready for that, and I'm just dreading the day,
Oh.
when I go on.
Oh, speaking of
I had to-
spider games,
oh.
and I just thought of this, and this randomly popped in my head. I have no idea why. Did any of you play or see Choo Choo Charles?
Oh yeah, I saw that. Yeah, the game where it's
I
like
mean, I've seen
dude,
it had like
Like-
spider legs and it was a train. Yeah, I was like, nope,
Dude.
that's okay.
that like okay, so I'm not afraid of, I don't have a fear of spiders or anything like that. Like I'm very
Mhm.
to be honest with you, my fears are very limited to like more like creepy stuff, like gives me the shivers, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
That's what it basically well now that I'm an adult somewhat, I have to check sometimes. That's what my fear is to a degree, right? But when I
Yeah.
I saw
Wait,
that
wait.
game,
Yeah.
what?
Yeah.
What?
Do you have tankophobia?
No.
Like, do you know what that is though?
No.
No, I was about to say, I was like, I've never heard of it either.
Like, it's the fear of Thomas the Tank Engine.
No, I do not
Wow.
have a fear of Thomas the Tank Engine. No.
He's I know what he's saying and I know what he's doing. It's like,
Not
yeah, I had a little bit of a run in with the Thomas the Tank Engine community, so yeah, I have to say I have a little bit of a tankophobia, a little bit.
Oh, no, I'm not. I am not. Gosh dang it. No, I did not know about it until just now. But what I was getting at was that game, not only is it extremely creative with how they did him, but it didn't really scare me. It just kind of made me laugh because of just how but it's a good game. It's a good thriller game. Like it will jump scare you. It's like one of those types games. It's really fun from what I've seen of it being played. But it didn't really scare me, but I can see how people who have fear of spiders and stuff like that, or snakes even, or anything like that, can be freaked out by that game. Absolutely. But no, I was not scared of it, British Runner. Dang it.
I had a similar sort of experience when I initially got my Xbox Slim model sort of thing. It came with Skyrim.
Oh.
Skyrim has giant spiders in it,
It sure
Yeah.
does.
and I hate spiders. I hate them.
Mm-hmm.
The small ones, like to the size the size of a human head, sort of thing. Yeah, perfectly fine. I don't care about those ones. It's when you get to the first spider cavern, right, where there's a wizard caught in web, and there's a giant freaking and it looks just like a tarantula, and it's horrifying. It's absolutely horrifying.
Ooh.
And that's
had
why
to
I will
kill
never
it.
play that game.
I had to there was a little thing that I could do, which was like I could go up to it, shoot it in the back with a bow and arrow, and it would come after me. But then I could back away, and it would go back to the wizard. Keep doing that over and over again until it died. Yeah, it took me about a good 10-15 minutes because it did hardly any damage. But but that wasn't what stopped me from playing Skyrim. Yeah. What ended up stopping me was getting to another spider cavern.
Oh jeez.
But this time, I walk into this big open area, not thinking any of it. Nowadays, I would think big open area. There's obviously going to be a boss here, right? Back then, though, didn't really pick up on that. From the ceiling, boom, just drops down,
Oh wow.
and it is the mother of all spiders.
Oh my god.
Horrifying.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that stopped me from playing. That stopped me. I quit, uninstalled the game, never played it again.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
Yeah.
So,
That was a horrifying jump scare.
oh, I bet.
Just
Oh,
the
I
one with the
bet.
fear of spiders.
Would you? So you have never played Skyrim, T-Moss? Is that what you're trying to get at?
No, yeah, no. It's one of those things where I'm like, the day I talked on this a little, I'm like, the day I have kids, and they're all like, "Hey, Dad, can we get the Skyrim whatever one is out or Fallout whatever?" I'm like, "We're not playing that, not in this household." I'm like, "We can play we could play a Mario Kart or Legend of Zelda like how my parents did me, but we're not playing no Skyrim or no
That's
no
funny.
Fallout." And I'm like, but yeah, it's one of those things where I'm like, I tried
Would
to.
you let them
What?
play FNAF though?
Yeah, that's a good question. I was actually just thinking that, British Runner. I was literally just getting ready to ask that.
Wait, Five Nights at Freddy's, that one,
Yes.
or
Yeah.
Mhm.
yeah. No, the
Hey,
funny thing is like,
Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. So you wouldn't let them play Skyrim or Fallout because it has spiders in it. But you would let them play a game where there had been 5 children that were murdered and their bodies were stuffed into suits.
I
What kind
mean,
of sick person are you?
hey, you know what? Look,
you would.
as long as they don't, as
God
long
dang it.
as, as long as they don't have no giant spiders in them, I'm like, the game is welcomed in this house. Anything else, I'm like, the game is banned. we will not play that. No, it's something where I'm like, no, the day when I do become a parent, I'm going to let them play whatever game they want. I was like, my parents did the same with me. Like, I was playing Grand Theft Auto when I was like 8, 9 years old and stuff. So yeah, it's like there's not going to be no limits to whatever game. I'm like, most likely whatever games I have, I'm just going to pass it off down to them and just be like, yeah, it's like, knock yourselves out. I'm like, if you guys like try to beat like any high scores or times, because I play a lot of racing games. I'm like,
Yeah.
you guys beat my time. I'm like, no, I'm taking this stuff back and I'm beating my
Totally
time
see
all
that
over
happening.
again. So
Yep.
I'm like, yeah, I like, the thing is this. I'm like, my parents, or more so my mom, when playing Mario Kart, she was competitive with me. She didn't hold back, and I'm like, I'm just gonna have to do the
Oh,
same thing with my
yeah.
kids. I'm like, I'm not gonna hold back and be all like, oh, this is my child. I'm like, I'm looking over at them. I'm like, you are now my enemy.
Yep.
I'm like, start this game. And so I'm like, yeah,
That's how Mr. Huck looks at our daughter. Yes,
So,
I've mentioned this before. I have a daughter. She'll
Oh,
be
okay,
10.
okay.
She'll be 10 this year, which is insane. Don't remind me. Um, but anytime that she does play a game with Mr. Huck, whether it be Minecraft or they played It Takes Two together. And we played it together too. I'm not sure if you know that game, but it's a really fun game, super cute game.
Mhm.
But when they've played like Mario Kart on the Switch,
hmm
that's when the competitiveness breaks out with the both of them. And I have a story about that actually. That reminds me of this. So okay, I don't know why I'm saying this, but I am. Okay, here we go. This goes to show the competitiveness in the family, I guess. So a couple of months ago, I was down here streaming. I don't remember what I was streaming about, but I was down here streaming, and all of a sudden I hear a loud scream. And it's not coming from Lil Huck, it's coming from Mr. Huck. And I'm like, oh dear God, what is going on? So I put chat on hold, I run upstairs, I look up at the TV, there's a huge gash in the TV.
Oh wow.
And I'm
ooh.
like, what on God's green earth just happened here? Of course, I said other things, but I am just going to edit myself right now, right? So I was like, what on earth happened here? Okay. Apparently, the both of them were playing Mario Kart together.
Mhm.
She got a little too competitive, got mad because Daddy won, threw the remote, landed on the TV.
Oh wow.
Rookie mistake.
Yeah. Landed on the TV, broke it. I just see it's an LED TV or whatever that new high fangled technology TV, whatever the heck it was called at the time, right? And so this was about 2 years ago now. Actually, now that I think about it, but irregardless, so she just looked at me and was like, "Well, Dad was taunting me. Dad was doing this. Dad was doing that." And I'm like, you picked up a remote and you broke the TV. Like, Like what? Like that's the first time that she had ever done anything like that, like ever. And I was like, we heard it for like weeks. So we ended up going and buying a new one. But now every so often he'll look at every so often he'll look at her and he'll go, "You owe me a TV." Just to remind her of what she's done. It's it's hilarious.
Right, so this will be on his deathbed, and he'll be like,
Yep.
"Honey, come closer. I need to tell you my dying wish.
She
You
owes
need to
me a
buy me a
TV.
television."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, he'll do it with her 100%. 100%. I can totally see that
Yeah,
happening.
it'd be on her
Yes.
wedding. It'd be on her wedding day, and he'd be like, "You owe me a TV."
Hmm.
Just so you know.
Yep. Yeah, it will never be lived down. Nope, not ever. So
Wanted throughout her life.
throughout her,
It's like
yeah,
we're all gonna
exactly.
be-
Yeah, exactly.
it's like
There
we're
he
all
is in
go-
chat. There he is. I will collect on this.
It's like we're all gonna be playing Mario Kart one day, and I could see myself losing the race, and then your daughter's like, "Hi, you're losing." I'm like, "Hey, at least I don't owe nobody a TV." So I'm like,
True. Yes.
I'm like, so
Yes.
just saying.
100%. Yes, exactly. Exactly. That's exactly what would happen. 100%.
The team off.
That's funny.
What would you say was your first game that you ever played?
First game? Oh man. I think it was Mario. I think it was little I can't it was like I think it was called Mario 64, but it was the Mario game. Yeah, and so it
Yeah,
was
the
I think it
3D
was
one,
that.
right?
Yeah. And so I
Yeah.
think that was the first game that I ever played on Nintendo. And then the first game that I ever played on PlayStation was this racing game. They actually just came out with a new version of it, but Tokyo Extreme Racer Zero. And then I think on Xbox it was like first game I played on there was Call of Duty Black Ops. I'm trying to think PC. Dang, what was the first game I played on PC? It had to have been either it was a toss up between either Daisy or H1Z1. It was between one of them
Okay.
two games.
Now, what's
Yeah,
H1Z1?
I'd say-
Remind me. I think I know it. That sounds familiar. Which one is that one again?
So it was this zombie survival game, and then at some point in time, they had changed it to where it was a battle royale game. And so I credit that game because I feel like that was like the game that kind of started it all for the battle royales. And then shortly afterwards, I think PUBG had came out,
Mhm.
and so they were kind of competing a little bit. And then
Yes.
then I remember when Fortnite, when it originally had came out,
Oh, God,
where
yeah.
it was just like a regular zombie survival game. So I remember I played it when it was just that, when it was this like zombie horde survival game, and I was like, oh, okay, cool, it's a decent game. Then just out of nowhere, they released their battle royale mode, and then I was like, oh, okay, yeah, it's like now that's what that game's gonna be known for now. But yeah, I think that's like, but H1Z1, I always credit that game like that was the start to battle royale games.
Mm-hmm.
See, I would say that the first game I ever played was something that my dad actually, unwittingly introduced me to. Killer Instinct 2 Gold Edition.
Oh yeah, I heard about that game. Yeah,
Yeah, it was unforgiving. It was really hard.
yeah.
Like, even on the easiest difficulty, it was hard.
Yeah, no,
Like,
I remember.
ridiculous.
I think when I had got my Xbox One, that was like one of the first few games I had downloaded and instantly deleted it. I was like, nope. I was like, I played
That
it
was
for a
on
little
Rare
bit.
Replay, right?
Huh, what was
on
that?
Rare Replay. That was on Rare
Yeah.
Replay, right?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I was like, nope. I was like, never again. I'm like, I had to say, I was like, that's when I started building up the like, okay, I need to stop. Because if I continue, I just got this Xbox. I'm not trying to break anything of it. So I'm like, nope. I'm not gonna do it. I am gonna fool around with that game.
Please don't pull the wings and to throw your controller and go, look here, look, listen. Please don't. Please don't. Over what was it?
I
Call of Duty?
absolutely-
I think was he playing or one of those games? Please don't do that.
I tell you, the one character that I absolutely hated in Killer Instinct was Glacius, which was basically like a shapeshifter. he was a nightmare to get through. Like he could rapid fire his abilities as well. It was just like, oh my god, how the fuck do you defend against this?
You know what? And you actually bring up a good question, British Runner. T-Moss. Out of all the games that you have played, which I think that we'll get into, we have time for, or we can get into. You're coming back, right? Like you plan on coming back, right? Heck yeah, let's go.
Definitely.
Out of all the games that you've played, who would you say was probably the hardest boss for you?
Ooh,
if you could pick one. If you could pick one. I have mine, and I'll explain in a minute.
I would say it was, so there's this racing game. Are you guys familiar with Midnight Club, that racing game?
Not really.
No, actually, no. I don't think
so.
So
Midnight Club was this racing game that was it was created by the same developers of Grand Theft Auto. And so they used to be like heavily involved in these games, and they came out with part 2. There was this, I think it was supposed to be a Honda Civic, but there was this Honda Civic that I could not beat to save my life. And I'm telling you guys right now, like this may sound like just me being petty or anything. I went on a whole search for that game like recently in my adult years because I'm like, I don't care what I do. I am making sure of it that I beat this Honda Civic at some point in time in my life. I don't care how I do it. I don't care if but I'm like that car had me. That was the game that had me crying tears. Like you would have thought like it was like I had been through the most traumatic experience of my whole life the way I was crying because I would spend hours trying to beat that car. Could not beat it. And so it was, that was, I had went out and bought that game recently, and I don't think I haven't gotten to that part yet, but I'm like, the day I do that, it's gonna be something where I'm posting it all over social media. I'm like, this is the greatest accomplishment of my whole life. I'm like, I don't care for nothing else. I'm like, I finally beat the one car that I had been struggling to beat ever since I was like probably 7 or 8 years old. But yeah, I'll have to say that was probably my all-time like greatest enemy in video game history.
Oh yeah, my like the greatest hurdle for me as a kid playing a video game on the Nintendo 64 was trying to figure out how to beat or how to get through certain areas in The Legend of Zelda Ocarina of Time. Because back then you didn't have the internet. You didn't have people getting this.
Yep.
So how was I to know that I was supposed to play the Song of Storms as childling in the windmill to make the water drain from the well so I could go into it, do a dungeon, and get the Lens of Truth to help me navigate the Shadow Temple as an adult Link? How was I supposed to know to do that?
That's a very good question. That's very true.
Other than there was nothing but the guy who teaches you the song and saying, "Oh yeah, a kid back 7 years ago sang this song. I'll never forget this song." So surely that would tell you, maybe I should go back in time, play the song in the windmill, and see what happens. But me being a kid back then, didn't really think about that, and then I forgot about it. And then it's like, how the hell do you do this? So back then, you had to kind of rely on other people who have played the game in your neighborhood. So, like, I had to rely on my brother's friends from school to help us navigate how to beat the game, basically.
Wow. Yeah, I remember doing that back in the day. Yep. Having to rely on, or if you had siblings who played the game before you and you were playing it, and you had to rely on them and trust them to make sure they were telling you the right information. Yes, I've been there too. Yes. Yes. But when I was a kid, and I don't know, I've talked about this before briefly, the game that the boss that I had the hardest time with, and this was when I was a kid, mind you, was Diddy Kong Racing. Did you guys ever play that game?
I heard about it, but I never did get a chance to play it.
British Runner knows what I'm talking about. It's
I know.
It's a game on the N64. It's a kind of a it's one of those it was made by Rare, the company Rare,
Mm.
and
Yeah.
it's not necessarily a straight Nintendo game because it's like kind of Donkey Kong related to a degree, but it was
Mm.
made by Rare, so the licensing and all of that is weird. But anyway, the boss in that game was Wizpig, right? And
Mm.
that took me, I don't know how long for me to beat him. I had to find the perfect character for me to play it with and for me to beat him with. And I spent
Which pig though? Which one? Which one of the races?
both of them.
Both? No, you can't have both. You can only have one.
Which yes, I can. Well,
That is
actually,
that's the rule. That's the rule of the boss
no.
battle. You can
Actually,
only
now
pick
that you
one.
mentioned that, actually, British Runner, I'd
We're
say
not
the
talking
first
about
one.
characters.
I'm saying the first one. I'm
First
saying
one.
the first one. Yes.
First one. No, it's
Sir?
the second one.
I was like 7.
Second one was Khuckcast.
Shut up! I
Khuckcast,
was,
man.
I was like 7 when I did this. Now I can do it if I played it. But I'm just, when I was a kid, the first, yeah, he's right. There are 2 races. Shut up. But the first one was the one that I had the most issues with. The second one, however, yeah, it's a whole thing. If you haven't played the game or know of the game, there's 2 races that you do with Wizpig. And the first one was the one that I had the most issues with. Yeah. So I had to find the right character. I had to time it perfectly. I literally had to have a song in the background in order for me to play it with. I'm not joking. It was this whole thing with me as a kid. Now I'm like, what the hell was I doing? But I did it. It worked.
I say I haven't got a boss in mind, but the hardest level I've ever had to go through, like not even playing this as a kid, but like as an adult, yeah. Playing Conker's Bad Fur Day from Rare.
Ooh, that's a good one.
And it was the D-Day sort of level where you're going up against the Teddies, which is a play on the Nazis, right? So yeah, that was brutal. Having to escape the beach while everything's like firing down on you. Yeah, that's a pretty annoying level. Although I would say the boss had the most trouble with would be the last one, which was the alien reference.
Ooh.
Yeah, because you had to do it like it would do in like Super Mario 64 with Bowser. You had to like swing the alien really, really fast and then let go of them into like the gate, basically, and then into the airlock. And that's what you had to do. Like I think it was like 3 times you had to do it. And each one would get annoyingly more difficult.
Interesting.
And it was it was an annoying game, but it was a fun game as well.
Yeah, it sounds like it. Oh God, I would have given it 10, but no fishing. Okay.
Conker's Conker's Bad Fur Day has a lot of adult humor in it.
Yes, it does.
And
it's very fun though.
Yeah.
Yes.
And what do you call it? There's like moments where how they describe what is context sensitive. Like he's like, oh yeah, you just press B when standing on one of these platforms, and it would do something to do with the context of the situation.
Okay.
Like he's like context sensitive, and it's like he pulls out a beer bottle out of his jeans or whatever, like, and just throws it as a scarecrow. Yeah.
Oh God, yeah. It's been a long time since I played that game, but yeah, I remember. It comes up every so often.
There's another one because Conker's drunk and he goes to the B button platform. You press it and he suddenly has an aspirin and all that stuff, and he's like, "Wow, that's exactly what I needed." It seems like every time I step on one of these platforms, it gives me exactly what I need in that situation.
Oh God.
It's just like a great way of explaining how the mechanics work.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Just by just saying, "Oh yeah, by the way, it just seems like it does these things."
That's funny. Yeah, no, I haven't played. Oh God, I haven't played that game in a long, long time. Yeah, it's been. But one last question here. I'm sorry. Well, I should say one last thing here. While it keeps getting brought up every so often in here, is fishing and gaming. T-Moss Boss. Now, there's a reason why this is getting brought up. As I have
Mhm.
mentioned to you, I mentioned to you briefly, I think yesterday when we had our pre-interview. Um,
Mhm.
I am a part of a podcast called the Zelda Cast. With Byrne, who was here earlier, and another wonderful person by the name of Reese. Okay.
Okay.
All right. And last night we were doing a tier list of our favorite Zelda games.
Mhm.
And fishing in Zelda games got brought up because if you've ever played Twilight Princess, apparently you have to do a lot of fishing in Twilight Princess in order to play the game or beat the game or whatever. I have not played it yet,
You also,
so I'm going
you
off
could
of
also do
what.
it in Ocarina of Time.
Huh?
You could also do it in Ocarina of Time. Did you not remember that? Yeah, the fishing rod.
Very rarely.
You go to Lake Hylia and you can go fishing.
Yes. Well, with Ocarina, it has. I
Or
do
you could do
remember
what I
doing
did.
that briefly, but I didn't do it for very long. So
Or you
I
could do what I did and just say, stuff the fishing. I'm just going to go and catch fish in a bottle.
Yeah, that's probably what I did actually. Once I eventually learned that you could do that. Again, it's been a long time since I played Ocarina, but one of the questions that I was asked to ask you, Timos,
Mhm.
was if you like fishing in video games.
It's actually funny. There was a fishing game that I played where I think it was the same people that did Call to the Wild, I think. Hold on for a second. Let me see if I can find this game.
No
But yeah, it was like
way.
it was some fishing game that it was funny. It was like I was playing a little bit of fishing games for a little bit while streaming. And I think hold on for a second. I can't think of the name of it, but I'm trying to like look it up right now and see if I can find it on Steam. But no, yeah, it's like that's what it was. Call of the Wild, the Angler. And it was I don't know if it's still on on Xbox cuz it was on the Xbox Game Pass for a little bit.
Hmm.
But yeah, I played it for a little bit. Oh no, it still is. It still is. And yeah, I don't know why. It was like I kept struggling to get like I don't know, just the overall fish in the game, but it was fun though. I was like, no, like fishing games, it seems like that they shouldn't be fun, but that's one thing about it where it's like games that don't seem to be fun always seems to be the games that I'm interested in, and I end up putting like dumping a bunch of hours into it. But yeah, that was the last fishing game that I remember playing was Call of the Wild, the Angler.
Wow. Okay, so did you like it? Was it fun for you, I guess? Was
I so so I would say that it was good up until it got to a point where I don't know what was going on, but like I could not like capture any fish. Like I think they had it where I went through the tutorial and then I was like, oh, okay, cool. But it's dope though because that game it has it where it's like you can like drive from like spot to spot and just go fishing in there and stuff. But yeah, it was definitely one of those games where I'm like, it was fun up until I got stuck, and I'm like, you know what? I don't like this game no more. I'm uninstalling it. I'm going back to what I'm used to.
That's
But no,
hilarious.
yeah, I'm definitely open to playing some
Dude.
fishing games. Like one game that I have been playing where I think they do have some fishing elements in it. I just haven't discovered it yet. But Skull and Bones, I think they have some fishing
Ooh.
stuff in there.
I
But
think
it's
you're
like
right, yeah.
it's more of a pirate game than like fishing, but I have been
Yes.
playing a little bit of that recently.
Nice. Nice. I've heard of that game. I've heard that that's fun. Yeah. And
Yeah.
you got a sub from you liking fishing. So there you go.
Oh, okay, cool. Thank you.
There you go. Who would have known,
I
right?
I have an I do have another question.
Go
What
ahead.
would you say would be your not specifically in any horror games, but like what would you say would be the a thing that kind of scared you as a kid in gaming, sort of thing. But nowadays, like you can see how funny it was to be scared of that.
Ooh, I can answer that.
Um,
Go ahead. You go ahead and answer that. British Runner, take over for me for just a second. I will be right back. But go ahead. Go ahead and answer that question. I'll be right back.
So I would say the one thing that scared me where I shouldn't have been scared because I'm like I played so many different games and it's funny I played the sequel and had no problem going up against it. But Bears in Red Dead Redemption, I remember I honestly would get the sweating when I would have to like go up against the bear and stuff in the game. And I remember playing Red Dead Redemption 2, and it was like I had got killed by a panther in the game. I was getting chased down by cougars, by bears, and I was like, why was I scared of the bears? Like, what? They're not
Did you ever see the Manimals
the manimals. No.
in Red Dead Redemption?
Oh, no,
Like where the animals like textures and skins would glitch, so they would start looking more human, sort of thing. But they would still have their structure of the animal. So you'd have cougar men that would charge you like the infected, or the what do you call it? The horrifying abominations that were the snake men that would, and all of these would have the models of the citizens of the desert and all that.
I think I would have turned the game off if I had seen anything like that. Yeah, that's
You'd have birdmen as well that would fly around in the sky.
yeah, nah, like that sounds a lot scarier than something in Fallout. I was like, I definitely would have turned the game off if I would have seen anything remotely like that. Like there's a lot of things that freak me out. That definitely would have freaked me out.
Did you ever play Diablo? Or Diablo
I've never
2?
I remember a friend of mine's playing it one time. I think it wasn't the latest one. I think it was either 2 or 3. But I think that was like the last time I really sat down and seen anything Diablo related. But I am open to playing that game.
Yeah, if you can, you can get Diablo 2 Resurrected. It's really good.
Okay. Okay.
To really play it. They've really done up the cinematics as well, like reconstructed them and all that stuff. It looks really good.
I think they got Diablo. Oh no, they don't have Diablo. Oh no, wait a minute. They do. But it's only 1, 3, and 4 on the Xbox Game Pass. Yeah, I'll just have to go out and buy it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm back, by the way.
Yeah.
Sorry, chat.
The thing that really scared me, well, I'd say scared me as a kid, was when I watched my dad play Diablo 2, the original. And when he got to the 4th act, there was this cinematic, because you would have cinematics after each act, sort of thing. After he defeated the demon known as Mephisto, he went into Act 4. Oh, not Act, sorry, after he beat Act 2, he would go into... No. When he beat Act 3, then he got the cinematic for this cutscene that really scared me, and it was basically showing the transformation of the Dark Wanderer turning into Diablo, basically. Like, cause the whole story about that is he's possessed by Diablo. So, and then you just see like his cheeks like popping and bursting, sort of thing, like
wow.
like zits coming out of his face and all that stuff, because it's like the horns of Diablo's being protruded through his skin and flesh. That terrified me.
Ooh,
No,
I bet.
Nowadays it's like,
Yeah.
nowadays I can just look at it and go, that's not too bad, I guess.
Yeah.
I'd
Yeah,
say,
stuff like that.
I'd say for me, the hardest boss for me, or the one that kind of freaked me out a little bit. I don't know if I have one, to be honest with you. I really don't know if I do. I don't know, because I haven't really played. I'm a Nintendo girl through and through. Always have been, always will be. So that probably could be part of why I can't really think of one, but from what I've seen of like Mr. Huck playing, oh gosh, if
tell
I
you
had,
one enemy you might have been scared of. Have you ever seen the Redeads from Zelda?
yes, yes,
Like
hmm
where they have that horrifying scream.
yes, yes. We talked about
Yeah,
that quite a bit on the Zelda cast. Yes, yes. Shameless plug. Yeah, we've talked about them quite a bit. We actually watched a video about them from Zeltic is who did it. Who does a lot of different like Zelda content and stuff like that. We've watched a video about the origin of them and things like that, of what he hypothesized could be the how they became to be redeads and things of that nature. And also British Runner, he's British, so that probably works in your so but we've made note of that anyway. But anyway, but no, it's just that would, yeah, that kind of did freak me out. But I don't know if I were to kind of go outside of Nintendo, I would probably say maybe I would say the Locust Queen from Gears of War was probably the one that I got freaked out by, and was like, whoa, what is this? Nowadays I'm like, oh, that ain't nothing. Now if I were to look at it, I'd be like, what was I so freaked out for? But if I were to pick one, I'd say that.
it was actually one thing. Like there was a story online that really freaked me out as a kid, or not even as a kid, like as a young adult. Like which was the creepypasta Ben Drowned. Like which was a Majora's Mask creepypasta.
Oh yeah. I think
Yeah, that freaked me out because of how like because of the statue of emptiness in Majora's Mask and how freaky it looks. Like so the thought of that coming into the real world and fucking with you basically. Yeah, not the greatest
yeah,
not the
no.
greatest thing to be thinking
No.
about when you want to go to sleep, eh?
No, or the T-Moss, I don't know if you've heard this or not, but the creepypasta about Godzilla, the video game. Have you heard this one?
No.
There's a creepypasta of the Godzilla the NES game, and of how this guy gets transported into the video game, in specifically the Godzilla video game. And how he can't get out, he's trapped. He is trying to figure out different ways to get out, but he can't, and he gets stuck in there. I don't remember the ending, if he got out or not, but yeah, that one is another one that I found interesting. That I think that was one of the first ones that I've read was that kind of creepypasta. That and the Rugrats one. I don't know if any one of you have seen that one or heard that one. That one made me cry.
Do you remember people actually thought that the creepypastas were real?
Yeah.
Yeah, like,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's just like I knew they weren't real, but there was always that little part of me. It was like, well, Jeff the Killer could be real, like you never know. It's just like, no, don't make me think that, please.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
I don't want to see that just before I don't want to see his face just before I die.
Yeah, no,
Thanks.
I'm good. Yeah, I would have been the same way. Yeah.
Sleep.
No, we're not canning it with the jar stuff, Sleek. Jesus.
No thanks.
The man in the suit
No
is about a
thanks.
dude who won't take off the Godzilla suit. I mean, that's fair. That's so fair. Well, anyway, British Runner, thank you so much for joining us and for co-hosting there for a little bit. I appreciate it.
No worries.
You're always welcome here, you know that. But we're gonna go ahead and wrap it up here in a few minutes. But I appreciate you, sir. Do you have anything?
Yeah, no worries.
Do you have anything coming up real quick, or any last minute things that you want to ask T-Moss, or say anything to him real quick?
I mean, I don't have anything really coming up at the moment. I've had to I'm currently rewriting a video at the moment, so like making it a bit more beefy. I guess you could say, tightening the screws a little bit. But I guess you could say it's on the west side of things, if you get what I mean, KHuck.
Oh God, yes, yes, I do. I
T-Moss boss won't get that, but I'll probably
He probably will,
tell you
maybe.
that later.
Maybe. T-Moss, do you know the creator Westside Tyler by any chance?
No.
Okay, never mind.
That's
That's a whole nother can of
Well,
worms. Whole nother
Well,
stream.
as soon as you
Whole
know,
nother stream.
as soon as you know, you will know, and you will possibly never forget him.
No, probably not. No. Well, thank you,
The
British
man
Runner.
wanted attention, and I'm going to give it to him.
Ooh. Oh, damn. Okay. Well, I look forward to this, British Runner. Jesus. So good to hear from you, sir. You have a great day, whatever time it is for you. You have an awesome day.
Perfect.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Thanks for having me. See you later, T-Moss.
See you, man.
Bye, British. Thank you. British Runner, everybody. Yeah, he's a buddy. He's awesome. Thank you for letting him join in, and for Burn too, for letting them join in on the chaosness. This is how these
Yeah,
streams
no
go,
problem.
T-Moss. I'm sorry, this is not how it normally goes. I hope that we did not turn you away or anything. I promise. I hope that.
Nah, this is perfectly fine. I'm
Good,
like,
good.
nah, I definitely feel welcomed here.
Yay, good. Yeah, you definitely fit right in. I'm just putting again, I've said that multiple times now, but I'm serious. You definitely fit right in. I do have one last question, and then we're gonna get into the last bit of questions here. This is from Cool Anime Girls. She
Okay.
also asked the one about the fishing too. To be fair, I gotta give credit where
Oh,
credit is due. But she asked this. She said, "Is Jar his girlfriend and dreadlocks in a 3-person relationship in a what do they call that, a thriple?" Because I refuse to believe
Wookiees
Jar
super
and
chatted
dreadlocks isn't in a relationship.
$1.28. Lies. This is
What are your
exactly how
thoughts
it
on
always
this?
goes.
It's something where I'm skeptical of his girlfriend too. When that had got brought up, I was like,
She's not
I
real.
don't believe that. I believe the stuff that he done lied on my name more than him having a girlfriend. So
True.
it's definitely something where I'm like, but that's the thing where it's like we're never going to see any proof. So it honestly wouldn't surprise me if just a robot was involved in an open relationship, because I just don't see a woman committing any point of her life with just a robot. Now, maybe I'm overstepping my boundaries by saying that, but at the same time, I'm like, I've dealt with this guy. I know what this guy is about. Why would a woman agree with a relationship with him? So yeah,
Right.
that's definitely something where I'm like, she has to either be worse than him, or she doesn't know too much about him. But that's the thing where it's like, if she's been helping him out with his content creating career, that's why I'm like, yeah, it has to be a situation where it has to be some sort of strings attached. But I just don't believe he's in a relationship like everybody else in the world.
No, I mean, okay. I did have my apprehensions about it there for a little bit, because he would bring her up quite a bit. And,
Yeah.
in like different conversations that he would have and things of that nature, right? And he
Mhm.
even said, I think I think it was either to Beckett or to Himpleton or to both, that, he did. Oh, he said it to Chud Logic too. I just thought of this too. That he did kind of confide in, her. And because she, quote unquote, wasn't around, and his roommate, quote unquote, wasn't around, which is why the Cine video came out. The one that we got, or he ended up deleting. But I for the longest time, and once I started looking into him and covering him and things like that, I'm like, there ain't no way she's real. There's no way.
Yeah.
There's no
Yeah.
way. But apparently, according to Beckett, she's real.
Huh.
Yeah. Now, I don't know her name or anything. If that's been leaked out, or I hope not. But
Mhm.
if that's been leaked out or anything, which I hope, like I said, I hope it hasn't. I condemn that if that has. But
Mhm.
apparently, yeah. I don't know how to feel about that either, to be honest with you. I don't.
I mean, I've said this in videos. I'm like, I think the day we find out about her is the day where that relationship is most likely going to end on negative terms. And and I have to say that's gonna probably be like one of the most like craziest exposing videos or videos on just the robot is if that day does happen. I mean, I don't know. Like I don't know what the future holds for him and his girlfriend, but if there is ever a time where their relationship ends on bad terms, I think we are going to see a video talking on her side of the relationship.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know if she would do it though, because here's the thing though, right? When you're
Mhm.
in that type of relationship, right? And it's what we think it is. That it's, you're committed to this person, and if she is, good for him. Or good for
Mhm.
him and good for her. If she is committed to him and wants to see it through, by all means, go right ahead, right? Not gonna,
Mhm.
not gonna, do I give her a little bit of a side eye? Sure. But at the same time, it's like, okay, it's their relationship. It is what it is. But
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. I have mixed feelings about it. I do.
I mean, yeah, it's like if he's my thing is this. If I feel like that with this situation with Cinnabear, if he doesn't start treating, or I guess like more so taking his girlfriend serious, because I think that was the thing that was saying that, but it was his girlfriend, his roommate, and his neighbor was telling him, do not do this video. And you would think you would listen to like your significant other more than anybody. I'm like, I mean,
Exactly.
I'm not in a relationship right now, but even I know some stuff like that. So
Yeah,
yeah,
exactly.
it's something where I'm like, if I have somebody as close as her telling me like, do not do this video, I'm not going to do that video. And I don't know. That's why I just don't like, because here's the thing. If the relationship works, it works. Cool. More power to them. I
Mm-hmm.
hope that I hope it's a situation where if not us, then she has to change him. It has to be left up to her to change that guy. But if not, then yeah, I personally think it's gonna be a situation where it's like it ends on bad terms. If she talks about it, she does. If she doesn't, she doesn't. But I don't know. Just with me, I personally think that with him, he's not going to ever change. She's gonna realize that. She's gonna realize that there isn't no future with him.
Mm-hmm.
Because I just, like I said, it's like if there's anybody you're gonna listen to your significant other and stuff. So yeah, roommate and neighbor, it's debatable, but your significant other, it's like, yeah, you gotta listen to them and stuff. So yeah, I just think that with that situation, it's something where it's like, yeah, I more so just let's see how it turns out. Cause
Yeah, that's
I
you know what? That's pretty much where I'm at too. Like
yeah,
if she were to, come out and make content about it, that would be her decision, obviously, and that would
yeah,
be something that she would have to, again, she could be a complete normie and have no idea what any of this internet stuff is besides what just a robot would tell her or does tell
hmm,
her. And he could be completely fabricating stuff, which is totally believable, or we don't know. We can only assume. But and I hate to even, bring her up to a degree because she's not really involved in it, but she is only because of him. Because he has brought
yeah,
her into it. You know what I mean? He has
yeah,
brought her into it, which is, again, well within his right to do, to be fair. But still, I don't know. I don't know. I hate to speculate about their relationship because to me, it's that should be kept behind closed doors. If she's not a
yeah,
public person, then don't make her one. You know what I mean?
yeah.
In
No, yeah.
yeah, and shit, I would have made Mr. Huck not public had he not been, like barging in here every 5 minutes. Anyway, but it worked out to my benefit though. But again, you know what I mean though, like bringing in
Yeah.
spouses or things of that nature into this atmosphere is so difficult, or can be.
Yeah.
It, at least from my experience, it's been very easy. I've lucked out. People
Mm,
have accepted Mr. Huck for who he is and things like that. But it's, yeah. I mean, I can understand how it can be difficult for some people to bring their significant others into all of this because it's just so
mm.
much. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, it's just That's one thing I've learned with content creating is that not everybody is going to be with it. So if you
Yeah.
can find somebody that's like supportive of it and stuff, because I don't know how many times I've had to explain content creating to people, and yeah, it's just something where it's like, you know, if they support it, cool. If not, then it's like it's just something where it's like there just has to be like that level of respect where it's like I'm not gonna get you involved. All I ask for in return is that you don't get involved in a way where it's like you're making me choose between you and my work, because it's like if I don't
Yes.
know you that well, then it's like, yeah, then it's something where I'm like, maybe I don't know, maybe if it's a situation where it's like if I've known her for a long period of time and I just got into content creating, then I'm like, even then I still feel like it needs to be a situation where I'm like, please explain why, because if I find joy and happiness in this, it's like I'm not saying that you can't provide that for me, I'm just saying that I find another level of joy and happiness with this. I'm like, don't get me wrong, it's like my significant other, it's like, you know, it's like, yeah, it's, you know, it's always going to be them first, and, you know, making sure that they're all right, but it's like I also have to pay attention to my mental health and
Yes, exactly.
overall, like, you know, just like have it where there's things in this world that makes me happy. So it's like, and I'm not going to take that away because somebody, it's like, oh, I don't support you doing videos or streaming or whatever, and it's like a lot of people didn't. It's like, you know, it took me a while to, I feel like, to get my parents like to, you know, understand it and stuff. But yeah, it's one of those things. Eventually, you know, it's like it's just people just get understanding of it, and it's like, oh, okay, cool. You know, it's like then we could just leave the conversation alone and stuff. But yeah, it's just something where it's like, you know, I think that with his just the robot's girlfriend, that, you know, she sounds supportive. It's just something where it's like, you know, you need to more so help this man than supporting him, because look where supporting him got him and stuff. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, it's like she I think, and it's something where it's like, again, just kind of like with the conversation with his roommate, you know, just a robot's a grown man, so it's like you can't really tell him too much, but at the same time, I feel like, you know, with your significant other, yeah, you can listen to them over like anybody else, I guess.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. And you should be able to. Absolutely. Like
Yeah.
I think that I'm very much an advocate in going to somebody that you trust. If you're in this, I've talked about this before. If you're in this internet sphere, commentary, reaction, gaming, whatever it may be. If you're
Mhm.
online creating content and you have these people that are going after you, whatever the situation is, I am a high advocate for people, for those creators or for those people finding somebody that they can confide in when it comes to that type of stuff or this type of stuff. Let's be
Mhm.
honest, the internet's nuts. Always has
Yeah.
been,
Oh yeah.
always will be. Okay? I've only been doing this for 2 years. You've been doing this
Hmm.
for over almost a decade or a little over a decade. I still
Yeah.
have some stuff to learn myself. I'm sure that
Yeah.
you're probably in the same boat, that you've been
Yeah.
learning as you go when it comes to, certain situations or certain people or whatever it may be. I'm still a
Yeah.
newbie, right? Like I still got I got a ways to go, but I still can say, with fairly enough confidence that when it comes to, you know, certain situations or certain people or whatever it may be that have came across or whatever, has happened in the 2 years, I've learned from that experience and I've taken it with me. And I always have.
Hmm.
Or try to, or, I'm not perfect. We're all human. It happens. But I'm a high advocate for confiding in somebody, whether it's family, friends, whoever, and just telling them or finding somebody that knows about this internet stuff and just confiding in them and saying, hey, I'm dealing with this. Can you talk for a second? I'm
Hmm.
very much a high advocate in that. Bringing IRL into it, that's a little
Yeah.
different. It can be. It can be. If you do it correctly and if you do it in the way that you feel is correct and that you are comfortable with, then yeah, that's different. But yeah,
Hmm.
you know.
Yeah, and it's like that's something that you know, just throughout the years where it's like there's friends of mine's where I'm like, okay, if they feel comfortable with me mentioning them, I usually ask that beforehand, but I'm
Mhm.
like, I don't name drop anybody. I don't mention anybody they don't want to be mentioned. So that's why I'm like, even like there's this business that I've been shopping at for like playing like old retro video games. I've been shopping with them for over a year now, and I still have yet to mention their name. But I'm like, yeah, I guess I could like go off in there and just ask like, hey, is it cool if I shout you guys out in videos, like the business name and stuff? But yeah, it's like I find like other ways to, I guess, like talk about stuff. Like that's one thing where it's like just the robot hasn't really understood that about me. But I like to improvise a lot in my videos. Like I don't use a script. I should use a script. I could use a script, but I just find it more like I find it easier to, to just be able to just talk freely and, just say whatever is on my mind. And so that's why, like, a lot of times, like, if I am doing a video, people are like, oh, you get the stuttering, this and that. I'm like, yeah, because it's like I'm not like using a script. Like like I said, I could, but I'm like, I guess, like, I don't know, I just don't care for it. Like I said, I find it easier doing these types of videos and stuff. So yeah, that's why I'm like, it's easy for me to be able to, like, I guess, like, not so much as improvise a conversation but just to be able to have a conversation, but not being too revealing in the conversation.
Right. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's where, and again, like I said before, there's a lot of different people that have brought in IRL to this, sphere, if you will, or whatever it may be. And it can work out and it cannot work out. It just depends on how different situations happen or different, scenarios could come up. It just depends. You just have to, tread lightly as best as you can. That's the best advice that I can give, is that you have to tread lightly, test the waters a little bit, see how it works out. And if it doesn't work, then, then you try to work around it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the best way that I can put it. And that's coming from, but again, I am very lucky in the sense that I have a supportive husband who helps me out with his stuff. And he also streams too on occasion. Shameless plug.
Oh, okay.
He streams on occasion too. So there's that. But he's not in commentary or he's not in reactionary content or anything like that. He could be, but that's just not his bread and butter. His bread and butter is more so gaming, which is fine. That's totally fine. So as long as he's happy, I'm happy, and vice versa. So there you go.
Yeah.
All right, sir. All right. So we've talked quite a bit about different stuff here, and again, thank you so much for coming on here tonight. I'm so happy that this worked out, and I'm very flattered that you found my video.
Yeah. It's like, my friend, she told me, and I was all like, nah, it's because she sent me some other stuff, and so that's when I was like, is it okay if I react to this video? And she's all like, oh, I think it should be. And I'm like, all right, cool. I'm going to react to it.
Yeah.
And so then that's why I was like, it's like, I mean, if they don't like it, I'm like, I'll take the video down.
Bro,
but I'm
no.
like, it's not like I'm going to say anything disrespectful. And so I was like, okay, I'm like, I think that this should go smoothly. But yeah, it was like when, just hearing that situation with Burn the World, I was like, wow, that is unfortunate.
Yeah. Yeah, I still can't get over how all of that happened.
Yeah.
Where we're at now with all of it. It's just insane. It's just insane. But I also felt flattered that he came to me with it and that you found it, and it's just how the circumstances played out. Yeah, it worked out great. But no, I do appreciate it. And also that video, I have to give a shout out to. That video is also courtesy of one of the new editors of the channel. Her name is Ash. She's also from the Op Block. Shameless plug there.
Oh, okay.
Ash. Hello, Ash. She actually was the one that made or edited that stream and made it into the video. So yeah, you have to thank her too, because she's part of the reason why you found it.
Shout out to Ash.
Yeah, exactly. But no, I appreciate your friend too. I don't know if I know who you haven't said her name, and you don't have to, or his name, excuse me. And you don't
Okay,
have
no,
to.
yeah, it's I think they're trying to stay off the radar with the whole situation because
that's totally
they
fine.
yeah, they've been kind of like my like inside person in a way, but I'm like, I didn't ask for an inside person. I'm like, I'm just sitting here and just just chilling. But No, yeah, they found me just overall. They was like, "Hey, there are some things that I need to talk to you about like people in just the robots community." And yeah, there was like information I was finding out, like it was Joshua, his editor, like he was saying racist things about me on Discord. And then I think it was then it was a fan of his. So I don't know if you're familiar, just to talk on that very
Mhm.
briefly, but are you familiar with the situation where Just a Robot made it was like him and his fans, they were making videos about me saying that I had ignored a suicidal person?
Yes.
So
Yes.
they turns out that the second person I knew wasn't Just a Robot fan. The first person I was unaware of because I didn't really know of that situation of that person too much. But yeah, it was a fan. It was a fan of Just the Robots, and I had asked the friend that was telling me like, did they know of each other? Like, there's no way that they did that, pretend to be suicidal, and they didn't know Just the Robot because the videos came out way too fast. And they were and that's when the friend was like, they were in the same Discord server, so they had to have known of each other. And that was something where it's like, to fake that, like I wanted to make sure to talk on that at some point. But yeah, it was like that is something that I'm like, that's his character, that's who he is. So it's like a lot of people be talking about that, like, can he change? I'm like, just with some of the things that he's done and said, I find it very hard to believe that if he could change.
Yeah. No, yeah. No, I had heard about that too. That's absolutely ridiculous. That's oh
Yeah.
god.
Yeah, and
It's
it's some
shameful.
it's something where I'm like, there's a lot of different things that you could have said about me, you could have said about my videos, but to go that far, I guess like with trying to cancel me,
Mm.
it's something where I'm like, I just don't think I deserve that type of attention.
Well,
But I mean, hey,
honestly, now that you think, and we did kind of touch upon it earlier, does it really surprise you that any of that really happened, knowing what he's about and what his, quote unquote audience is about too? I mean, or the ones that went after you anyway, or the ones that are a bit extreme, I should say, to be, to put it lightly, I guess. Does it really surprise you that any of that happened?
to an extent it does. At the like, it surprises me that people would go that far, but then at the same time I'm like, I've been through so much, but it's just these new things where I'm like, that's never been done to me before. I'm like, yeah, getting to call the N word in my comment sections, I'm used to that. Having it where like just people like have just other things that's been said and done. But I mean, it's from that. It's from the how people were trying to twist the Joshua's mom situation to one of his fans. Like they had joined my stream and had tried to like use my childhood trauma against me, to
Mm.
saying that like one of like me and my friend, like we're never going to, I guess, be millionaires. And then saying I get the same fan going over into another person's Twitch stream talking about you graduating from a particular college don't mean nothing and stuff. So it's like his fans, like they do things at times where it's like it's new to me and I ain't never seen that. And I'm like, wow, I just didn't think that it was that serious, but I guess it is.
Yeah. It's just it's oh god, I feel for you in that situation. I do. I really do.
Yeah, that's why
Yeah.
I was like with just hearing other people kind of talking about him. I'm like, yeah, welcome to the club. I'm like, it's I've been dealing with him a lot longer than anybody else, but yeah,
Very
it's like
true.
hearing other people's situations. I'm like, yeah, that sounds like him. That sounds like a Just a Robot move.
Yep. Yep. Yeah, it sure does. All right, sir. Well, these
Mhm.
are the last bit of questions that we ask of all of our guests. Now, at some point,
Okay.
I don't know when we will, but at some point, we will probably create like a compilation of the best of these type of answers. Now, I've asked these questions of like different people, that different guests that we've had on. I've asked this of Beckett we've had on
Mhm.
a few times. I've had British Runner, obviously, Burn, a few bunch of other different people that we've asked this. Okay, so I want to ask you
Mhm.
these questions. These are the hardest questions of the night. Are you ready? All right, here we go.
Yeah.
Okay, here we go. Was there ever an event in your life that you couldn't explain?
Probably the time when I was in elementary and I was throwing rocks and hit this girl across the forehead. That was something where I'm like, if we're talking like
Oh,
just random stuff. Yeah, that was it was a time where I was just throwing rocks in these bushes, but she was sitting in that area and I don't know if I overthrew it or just underthrow, but yeah, it was definitely a situation where I'm like, I don't know how they explain that. Like I was throwing
oh my
rocks, but
god.
I didn't mean to hit her though. Like that's the thing about it. It was like I was just throwing rocks like wildly and things. So yeah, it was definitely a situation where I'm like, I don't know how they explain that. But I mean, yeah, it stopped me from throwing rocks though. I know
Oh
that
my
much.
god. Oh my god. Yeah,
Yeah.
that would me too. Yeah. Oh, wow. Did she like get majorly hurt or anything, or what kind of, are we talking like pebbles, or are we talking like
it
rocks
yeah
rocks?
it was pebbles. Like it wasn't like no big old giant rock. Like I've been a skinny kid my whole life. So yeah, it's like I didn't have that type of arm strength to take no big old giant like baseball sized rock and throw it some
I would
distance.
hope
No,
not.
yeah, it
Oh
was
god.
yeah. Yeah, it was like pebbles and stuff. And so yeah, it was I don't think it did no real damage and stuff, but it was, although like a lot of people they always get on me for saying that, but I was like it was like a double headshot because it like ricocheted off the girl's forehead and then hit a teacher in the back of her head. And I was like, at the moment it seems cool, but then it's like dang, people got injured, so I'm like I can't celebrate too much, but at the same time I'm like, wow, that's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't blame you there. Yeah. Woo. Oh boy. I'm about to time out Wookie. Wookie. T Moss boss seems cool. Feels sad. The KHuck curse is gonna get. You know what? The KHuck curse is not going to get him because he's going to come back and he's going to prove that that did not affect him. Stop it. Anyway, that's a whole nother story. I will explain a different time. Anyway, um, would you go anywhere if you could go anywhere in the world, any time period? Where would you like to visit?
Probably Japan. Japan's been like heavily on my mind lately. And so yeah, I think that would probably be the one place where I would save up some money and stuff and just go out there, probably bring like probably a couple of backpacks cuz I know I'm going to shop around a lot out
Oh
there.
hell yeah,
But yeah,
yeah.
probably Japan. If not Japan, I know this may sound just like kind of like an odd place to go to, but there is a reason. Like there's a place out there in Beaverton, Oregon. That's where the Nike headquarters is at. So
Hmm.
I'm a little bit of a sneakerhead, and yeah, I'm like
You
I
did
would
mention it.
kind of
Mhm.
just I would just really like to see how it is out there. Either in yeah, Japan or just go out to Beaverton, Oregon. I'm like that's closer since I'm in Washington, and I'm like yeah, I could just take a drive down there and stuff and see what it's like. But to
Oh,
like
okay.
travel, yeah, it definitely would be Japan.
Oh, you are still in Washington. Okay, I've been there. I actually got a chance to go to Seattle.
Oh,
Um,
okay, cool,
back in
cool.
like 2015.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
was like back when Seattle was normal. It's kind of crazy now.
I was very, very pregnant.
Oh, okay.
I was very pregnant. Yeah, I visited Seattle in like early 2015, like like a
Hmm.
couple of months before I had our daughter, who is yeah, that was the Seattle's beautiful. Oh my god.
Yeah,
We went
yeah,
to,
it's.
yeah, it's gorgeous. We went to Pike Market.
Hmm.
I got to see um the tower. I got to, oh god, got to see all sorts of things. The original
Hmm.
Starbucks. Got to visit
Oh
that.
yeah, yeah.
Um oh gosh, where else did we go? We went to the Seattle Sound. I got to see that.
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
it was gorgeous there. Absolutely gorgeous. Loved it. Loved it. Loved it. Unfortunately, have not been back since. I would love to go back there, but yes, I love Seattle. Seattle's great.
Yeah,
Um,
it's the tourist spots that you like have to go to. But yeah, Seattle has a lot of different like areas you can check out.
and Washington actually is very I don't know how to describe it. I don't even know if you can describe it, but it's
It,
not
it's
it's
a
not as
wild. It's a
rainy is what people make it out to be. I'll say that. It's not as
it.
rainy as the reputation that it has.
It's the like just from living out here, there's been days where it's rained and I'm like, why is it raining right now? It's in the middle of August. Like, what is going on? Like, it's rained on my
Well, never
birthday.
mind then.
And my birthday, like, I'll never forget when I was a kid. And I'm so excited. I'm like, oh, I'm getting ready to like go outside and just have fun. All this other stuff's my birthday. It is pouring down raining like it's in the middle of December or something. And then
hmm
in the winter months, like yeah, it's pretty bad out here. Like
Yeah.
there's been times like where it's like done snow too much out here, and I found myself like just laid down on the like on the sidewalk, like what just happened? Like I was elevated up in the air, like what just happened? Like how did I
Are
get
you
down here so
are you
fast?
further north or without of course don't say where you're at if you haven't already, but are you further north of Washington like near Canada?
No, I'm like in the outskirts of Seattle.
Oh, okay. Okay. I gotcha.
So yeah, it's
Okay.
like yeah, it's Seattle. It's not like it's not walking distance, but at the same time, it's like I'm not having to like prepare myself for a long extended drive.
Gotcha. 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 Okay. No, I think I gotcha cuz the reason why I went TLDR, my parents used to live out there.
Oh,
They
okay, okay.
Yeah, my parents moved out there in 2013,
Hmm.
2012, and they we Mr. Huck and I, this is how long we've been together. Mr. Huck and I went to go visit them in 2015. And so yeah,
Okay.
that's how I was able to go. And we actually went into Vancouver. It was a whole thing. That's a whole nother story. Anyway, but no, Seattle, in a nutshell, Washington is beautiful. Seattle is beautiful. Go see
Yeah.
it. Anyway, um, let's see here. What's the most interesting thing you've read or seen this week? Either commentary or reactionary related or world events.
Um,
I
that
can think
is
of
a
one.
hard question. You could think of one. Dang. I honestly I can't think of no like nothing that's really stood out to me this week.
Oh, there's been quite a bit. Commentary related for me would have to be finding out that Keemstar's newest dog passed away. That was really sad.
Oh,
Um,
wow.
yeah, that was really sad. The Florida shooting that happened today, apparently.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Yeah,
Um,
I was gonna
yeah, that happened earlier today. I heard about that. Oh,
yeah.
the iDubbbz, the content cop thing. Have you heard this? His
So
video.
okay, so if I had to say if it was anything, it was probably that because I was like I do remember him saying that he was done with like the content cop stuff, and then yeah, he did this content cop video on H3H3 Ethan.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah,
Garbage, from
so
what I've heard. Absolute
yeah, no,
garbage. And
yeah,
I.
because
Mm-mm.
I think that's what it is that he's because I remember him saying that he's trying to be a good guy now. And so I'm like, all right, cool, I can support that. And then but yeah, it's like then he's trying to do this content cop thing where it's like if you're gonna do that, it's like you have to be yourself, but it's like you're not yourself no more. So I don't know how a video like that is gonna turn out. But yeah, I imagine I've seen stuff like that before. I've been a content creator long enough to see that when a content creator steps away from like videos that made them famous and they try to turn a whole new leaf, do something else, come back, it's not the same as it once was. So
No,
yeah,
it's not.
that's something. It's
Yeah.
like I wasn't too surprised off of it. Like when I heard the that he did a new content cop video.
Well, especially with his reputation now, it's like what?
Yeah.
It's like it's a whole thing. But so you're gonna make fun of me for this, I bet. But I did not know anything about iDubbbz until just recently. Until
No,
within like the last year, I had no idea.
it honestly it doesn't surprise me because it was like yeah back then I would have to say like probably when I started getting into content creating, I had to say that's like when iDubbbz was like really kind of blowing up and was popular and all that stuff. Throughout the years, it seemed like he would have like videos here and there that was like interesting and that he would talk about and stuff. More so the content cop stuff. And then I think it was just during that pandemic era. That's when you kind of seen like him kind of falling off, and I think he did like a boxing match, and that's when I think he
Creator
announced
Clash.
like his
Yeah.
yeah, and he announced his like, oh, I'm turning a whole new leaf and all this other stuff, and I'm like, oh, okay, cool, I guess. And so yeah, he hasn't really been known for nothing popular up until recently, but yeah, before back then it was like he was anytime he would do a content cop video, it was always blowing up.
Yeah, well, like I said, I had no idea about him until the Creator Clash stuff happened and his
Yeah.
wife and all of this other stuff happened. This is the Ian that I know. I had no
Mhm.
idea about Content Cop until later on, until it was told to me, and I was like, "Excuse me, what?" And that's, like, I had no idea, and everyone's like, "Oh my god, you didn't know Content Cop?" No, I didn't. And now it doesn't surprise anybody now that they talk to me. But it is what it is. um, last question. What is your
Okay.
favorite place to eat or type of cuisine? But don't say it at the restaurant or whatever could potentially, dox you or anything.
Oh yeah. There's this one spot that I always go to, like without name. Oh, actually, no, scratch all that. There's this place in Oregon. I'm not going to name drop them, but I just recently had their chicken and waffles. I would have to
Ooh.
say it was one of those places where I was like, nah, it's if there's any reason to call me a big back, then I'm like my reason went that like that would be my reason right then and there. I'm like, yeah, it's one of those places where I'm like, it's I would definitely find some other activities to do, but I would definitely make it around to just going right back to that place and get me some chicken and waffles. And I was like, yeah, I'll have to say at my old job, they had like really good croissant sandwiches. No, it was like the managers, well, it was more so the one manager at my old job. He was always big on being like, oh, don't eat none of the food and don't drink none of the drinks, or you're gonna have to pay for it. Meanwhile, he's taking food and drinks himself.
Mhm.
I was like smuggling croissant sandwiches away. Like nobody would see me. It definitely was like some like you'll have to slow a camera down, but I'll just walk up, act like I'm talking to one of the cooks about like, oh, like how's the family? How's the kids? As soon as they turn their head, I already have a sandwich in my pocket, and I'm just like, or in my apron pocket, and yeah, just like, all right, it's all like have a good one, man. Talk to you later. Right out in the dining area, just eating on my sandwich and stuff. I'm like, nobody didn't see nothing, nobody doesn't know
Nope.
nothing, but
Nope.
I'm like, and then it's like if I hear their voice, then I'm just it's definitely one of those like I look like I'm in one of those like food eating competitions where I'm trying to like scuff down like 15 hot dogs or something. So yeah, it was I had some like moments where it's like I felt like I was in food heaven and things, but yeah, it's definitely my old job with the croissant sandwiches. And then that restaurant in Oregon where they had the chicken and waffles, I had to say those were like moments where I'm like, if I could time travel and have those foods again, I'm like, oh yeah, I definitely would do that.
Okay. All right. Those are all very, very good answers, sir. Thank you. I
Yeah.
appreciate it. We at some point I do plan on putting like a compilation together of like the different answers that we get with this, because these are a line of questions that we try to ask anyway, if we remember to, of all of our
Mhm.
guests, so then that way we can get because each answer is different, and we like to hear what they all have to say about that. So yeah,
Mhm.
that's nice. But all right, sir. Well, we're pretty much at the 4 hour mark. I can't believe we're already at 4 hours. Holy shit!
Oh wow.
I know, right? It's insane. But I actually need to get to bed. It's pretty late for me. I'm old. I'm sorry. But no, thank you again so much for coming out tonight. We appreciate you so much. This will be made
No
into
problem.
at some point, probably within the next week or two. This will probably be made into another video.
Okay.
So you can, but you can keep when it gets posted. I'll be sure to let you know. But is there anything
Okay,
that you want
cool.
to promote real quick that you've got coming up, or anything like that in the upcoming videos?
No, not really. I mean, I don't know. Like, I find it weird doing that, like promoting myself on other people's platforms. Like, I try to avoid doing that. So that's why I'm like, no, it's something where I'm like, I don't have nothing to say about that.
Okay. All right. No, fair enough. No, I get you. Okay. Well, sir, we will make sure to put the link to your channel in the chat. I did it earlier, but we'll be sure to do that again before we head out. But thank you again so much for coming out tonight. The circumstances as to how you found out about me are amazing. I love it. And yeah, and how you found out about Burn too is great. So hope that you'll stick around. Hope that you can come back again soon, my guy. Thank you so much.
Yeah, definitely. No problem. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much. You have a great night, sir. Thank you.
You too. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Amazing. Amazing. I knew that he would fit right in, chat. I knew it. I knew it. So, no, shout out to Team Moss. The shout out to Burn. Shout out to British Runner. Thank you all so much for coming out tonight. And thank you for the chatters, of course. And for the donations and to my members. You guys are amazing. Thank you for coming out tonight. And the huge shout out once again to Team Moss. Mods, if you would link his channel in the chat, please, I would greatly appreciate it. And it will also be linked in the description as well. But yeah, you guys all have a great, fantastic night. I need to head to bed. You guys all have a great night, and I will try to be back tomorrow at some point. I just don't know when yet. We're probably gonna just do like kind of like a hangout stream or chill stream. I was asked if I could react to Lamar's latest video. I might do that tomorrow if I can, or we might react to something else that I was sent earlier today too. So we'll see. But all right, so I'll let you guys know if I can stream tomorrow or not. Be on the lookout. But thank you again for coming out tonight. You guys are all awesome, and I will talk to you all later. Bye.